Downwind land behind. Top further cover with 170. Negative information, no problem.
Flown by one of the BBMF pilots, Lady Shanta Teddy Bears. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, live here from Coningsby for a bit of a Friday show today. A bit rare for us to be here on the Friday, but it does happen here and there. And we start the show with this RV7. Look at this. What do you reckon, 160 horsepower and a Lycoming engine? So this aircraft is built for aerobatics. It is a, if I remember correctly, it's like a kit build aircraft. You just put it together. Might even get away if I can. Oi, oi. Very good. There you go, introduction start from the RV7. Well, like yesterday, here they are again, the 41 Squadron in their aircraft there from the ASP. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. How are we doing? I'll just go and get Ted. Ted's just coming back. So welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. My name's Nikos, I'm your cameraman, a historian and commentator of the Ted Coningsby channel. I hope we're all good and well, and let's see what we're going to get today on this lovely day. It is a beautiful Friday morning here at Coningsby.
Morning.
Morning, all right.
Yeah, good, thank you. How are you?
Good, thank you. So it's a beautiful morning here at Coningsby, and we are hoping to get some good old Friday feeling. Although I need to be careful though, because I'm not, or shall I say, I'm in that frame of mind where I feel like it's the last day of the week for me, but it's not. We do have another show tomorrow, so do keep your notification bell button on. After the show, I will be putting on where we're going tomorrow. So I'll just go and get Ted now for you. I just thought I'll include that little RV7. That's pretty cool, isn't it? So that's a Vans RV7, and I think Team Raven, who are a really excellent civilian aerobatics team, I think they use something like that. It is literally built for aerobatics. It is a kit aircraft. The manufacturer is Vans. I don't know if it's got any association with the company Vans that make the sort of skatewear, if I can call it that. But yeah, it is powered by a Lycoming engine. I was pretty accurate on the 160 horsepower, although they can be tuned up to 215. They can use different types, the 0320 or the 0390 or even the 0360 Lycoming engine. and they vary between 160 and 215 horsepower. So I was pretty on point there, pretty much. They've got a max speed of 217. The roll rate on those things are quite substantial. Really, really cool. I can't remember how many degrees it is per second that it can do, but it's got an amazing roll rate, which I came across a while ago from, I think it was the Starlings. No, they used the Extra, didn't they? Now that is a phenomenal. That's really got an amazing roll rate. The Extra 300 aircraft, if you remember that is, I have to admit, when is it Melanie Astler's, I hope I can pronounce that right. Maybe I need to find out how to pronounce it because my pronunciation is awful. So yeah, all is good, and welcome to the show. So a little bit about aerobatics with some kit planes there. So I'll just get Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby out on the controls. It's almost t-shirt weather for me. I will be getting my t-shirt out in a moment. And here is Ted now on the controls. Here he is. This is Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby. Ted's back at home. Mind you, home is just here, isn't it? Ted doesn't go far. He lives at number 29, just over there. This is where Ted lives, just over that hangar over there, number 29. That is his home. That is his official residence. He does have a pass. I'll have to show you that. He's actually getting his photo done today, aren't you, Ted? Oh no. Who likes passport photo? Ted's shaking his head. He's like, no. No, I know, Ted, you've got to have your passport photo taken, mate. No, Ted's resisting. You have to, otherwise you won't be able to go back home. Okay, mate. Yeah, so you convinced him already. Right, let's see what we're going to get then today. So welcome to the show. So you're experiencing the whole thing with us today, and it is, of course, if you're new to this, it is potluck. There are no departure times. It is a military establishment, so you just turn up, hope for the best. But this is a good sign. There are 41 Squadron Typhoons, I think. Yep, there are 4. So there's 5 Typhoon Squadrons here at Coningsby. That's right, a total of 5, along with 2 display teams, the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight for one, and of course the Royal Air Force's Typhoon display team. This is their home here as well, and a big congratulations to both of them, both of their teams, for achieving their PDA. So congratulations to all of them. The 5 squadrons, well, we'll start with not on the screen. So we do have 29 squadron who are responsible for training and schooling and making sure that their qualified flying instructors get the junior pilots qualified and train them on the Typhoon. So that is where they go. So if their career path is the option of fast jet and they're streamed to the Typhoon, they will come here. So yesterday we said the same thing, but with 207 Squadron being the OCU for the F-35B, 29 Squadron, they're the OCU for the Typhoon. So they will come here after RAF Valley. Once they've passed their advanced flying training, they will come here. So the last aircraft the pilots would have flown would be a Hawk T2. That goes for the same for the Hawk Mark 167, which is a type of Mark II Hawk, although it is a designation for the Qatari Emirai Air Force, who operate with number 11 Qatari Emirai Air Force at RAF Leeming. So for the Qatari Emirai Air Force on fast jet course, that's where they go at RAF Leeming. They're trained by our Royal Air Force QFIs, qualified flying instructor. Once they've passed, they will come here again, fly with 29 Squadron, and then after that, I guess it's one of the front line for the Qatari Emirai Air Force, or the option for the next squadron, which is number 12. The legendary number 12 Squadron leads the field, with the Fox being their mascot and their creature and their badge on their squadron crest. And that's all to do with them operating the Fairy Fox. They're the sole operators of the Fairy Fox. Also the legendary Squadron Leader Jack Curry, that once flew with them as well, with the Lancasters, stationed at RAF Wickenby as well. I like some of Jack Curry's documentaries. If you've not heard of Jack Curry, just put in Jack Curry, put in, I don't know, the Augsburg Raid. That's amazing, that documentary. Really, really good. Rest in peace, sir. Also, we've got number 12 Squadron then, as we mentioned. We've also got number 3 fighter and number 11 fighter squadrons. Now, both of those squadrons are the oldest squadrons. Well, number 3 is the oldest squadron here. They formed in 1911. Can you believe that? All the way back, even before the Royal Flying Corps. This is before the Royal Flying Corps. That is something. That is amazing. So they're the oldest squadron here. They've got a motto: "Third shall be the first," because they are the first of the Royal Air Force to, or at least a military establishment here in Britain, to have flown anything heavier than air. Lighter than air, of course, are balloons, but heavier than air, off they go. Number 11 fighter, that's the world's oldest dedicated fighter squadron. They have retained their fighter role since 1915. Both of those squadrons have a letter F next to their number, or Roman numeral. Number 11 sport the Roman numeral. So that leaves me with this squadron here that you can see on the screens, ladies, gents and teddy bears. This is the famous, that's right, the one and only 41 Squadron. Now a lot of you have come across them, having the famous seek and destroy motto. That's right, they are the test and evaluation squadron here. So they're very experienced pilots, and I would call them very experienced veteran pilots of many. And of course they are the leaders of testing and evaluating all the wonderful things that the Typhoon can do and have. So new software, new ordnance. They'll even try taking off on a taxiway, which they've done here as well. Now they formed in 1916, number 41 Royal Flying Corps of July of that year. They deployed to France in October as a Royal Aircraft Factory FE8 operator, and this could be where they got their emblem from, their markings with the Saint-Omer cross. So that is a French cross that you can see there. That's the Saint-Omer. During the Second World War, operating their Spitfires then, they would have had Echo Bravo during the Second World War. Echo Bravo was the markings for number XL1 Squadron. That's right, they do sport Roman numerals as well, but they are indeed 41 Squadron. So in 1917 they began equipping with the Airco DH5 in June, and eventually swapped over to the more superior SE5A. They did disband in 1919, so just after the First World War, but then they were re-equipped in 1934, stood up again in 1934 with the Hawker Demon, before deploying to Aden for the Abyssinian crisis in 35. They returned to the UK in 1936, re-equipped with the Hawker Fury. For those that know, the Hawker company have retained that tail and that sort of back end of the fuselage throughout all of their sort of Hawker range, right up to the Hawker Hurricane. Yeah, amazing, right? And it was then after that with the Hawker Typhoon that it was changed. So that Hawker Fury, Hawker, all the Hawker biplanes, they all had that same tail. In fact, you could say that they did have a Hawker Hurricane as a biplane as well. 1939, they finally converted to their Mark I Spitfire. And in October the 17th of 1939, they claimed their first aircraft. It was the HE111 by Spitfires of England. So they were the first to have actually claimed the first aircraft to have shot down. Although there is a bit more of a sinister story. For those that know, the Battle of Barking Hill, that wasn't so good, because in a way that was kind of the first aircraft they shot down. But sadly, for those that know the Battle of Barking Hill, it didn't go very well. In fact, they shot down our own Hurricanes. Nevertheless, 1940, operating out of Hornchurch, so not too far away from here, 41 Squadron. Oh no, I'm thinking of Horncastle. Do apologise. Take that back. Horncastle. 41 Squadron flew top cover for the Dunkirk evacuation for 12 days from the 28th of May. I know that there is a bit of a stigma there. I know that the RAF were getting a bit of backlash and a bit of bad publicity during the battle of during the evacuations of Dunkirk, due to the fact that the RAF were being reserved in some ways, because of course, and if you think about it, luckily they did that because they were reserving them for the Battle of Britain. We had our own battle to deal with coming up, but they did actually have some cover, and it was 41 that were one of the few squadrons that actually did that. So yeah, take that back, right? 1941 they did begin to fly the Spitfire Mark 5B, which we do have an example here under the serial AB910. A year later they supported the Dieppe raid in August, and 1943 they converted to the Spitfire Mark 12, and they were one of only 2 squadrons to use the Mark 12. It's not a variant that we hear quite a lot of, the Mark 12. And 1944 then, after D-Day, 41 squadrons focused on something a little bit different, because there was another threat in the UK, and it was becoming more and more and more common. And ladies, gents and teddy bears, for those that have seen one of these, for those that have heard one of these in history, you could say it was the first kind of drone, or even the first ever cruise missile. It was one of these, the V1 flying bomb, the Fieseler FI-103. There it is, a type of cruise missile in service from 44, and it was 41 squadron, along with a few other squadrons that were able to catch up with one of these. They were responsible for taking these out. Now, when first encountered, well, they didn't know what to do. They'd never come across this, but soon it would have its weaknesses. The idea of one of these is literally, the range is to fire it from 250 kilometers, that's 160 miles away. It takes off on its own, and when it runs out of fuel, it just falls down out of the sky at a max speed of 400 miles per hour, ladies, gents, teddy bears. That's 640 kilometers per hour. Not many aircraft in the Royal Air Force could catch this up. However, Mosquitoes and later more powerful Griffin-engined Spitfires could take these out, and especially if you've run out of guns, that was the other issue. It was guided by a gyro compass based, like an autopilot, but it was part of the Germany's Vogeltungswaffen, the V weapon, and it was literally a terror bombing of London. It was developed at Peenemünde, which is why it's really important that that raid went ahead, because they were even developing a nuclear, or at least an atomic bomb there. But that's for another story, ladies, gents and teddy bears. The Wehrmacht first launched the V1s against London on the 13th of June 1944, 1 week after the Operation Overlord, the Allies, for those who don't know, D-Day. And at times more than 100 V1s a day were fired at the southeast of England. So a total of 9,521 in total, decreasing its number. Now, when they first encountered this, they had a bit of a problem. It was literally catching it up is one thing, and then what do you do with it? So let's have a little look at an aerial combat battle. This is just shy of being to scale, unfortunately. I need one size up to get these to scale. So that's should be a little bit. Yeah, are they to scale? I'm just trying to think. Hang on a minute. Let me just get my specifications. Just trying to think if these are to scale. It just seems a little bit too small. Not by much. So it's funny, I know the speed, but I don't actually know the... So, at a wingspan of 5.3 meters. So, no, it's not to scale. So, you know, the wingspan of let's call it 6 meters, right? The wingspan of the Spitfire is 11 meters, so this is not to scale. So anyway, so long story short, the idea then is that one of the pilots encountered one of these. They did try to shoot it down with the cannons, but of course, coming back from battle and actually trying to catch up with one of these is a bit of a problem. So the story goes, a pilot noticed it was controlled by a gyro, and of course it's not really piloted, it just goes in a straight line. So one of the attempts was to try and rock it. You may have noticed, or at least come across a video or even a book of a Spitfire pilot trying to tip it over. Now there was a bit of a story. One of the pilots thought, because they didn't know, I mean, just go back in time a minute, 1944. Just think that the oi, how you doing? Just think that the pilots actually thought, if you touch it, will it blow up? They didn't know. They didn't know, because you can't really just go and assume that they know exactly what it is. So when a pilot got close to tipping it over, he thought his wing was on fire, because there was a red nav light on this side, sorry. It was actually the light, not like glowing hot, okay? But eventually they did learn to rock it over, and it would fall and crash and disintegrate. So that was one way. But of course you needed more power, so the Griffin powered, more powerful Spitfires took on the role of trying to shoot these down. Mosquitoes, Tempests I think would also be able to destroy these as well. So they'll try and destroy it by shooting it down, and if that failed, because obviously you don't want to be too close to shooting this as well, because obviously the debris, think about all the debris. It's bad enough having cracks in your windscreen from a stone chip. Just think of an impact of 400 miles per hour with a stone chip, right? Think about it. Well, how about a bit of metal with one of these? So 41 Squadron actually took out a lot of these V1. We did have a very romantic name for it here in Britain. We called it the Doodle Bug. That is of course a colloquial name. It's not an official German name. Of course it was called Doodlebug, and I believe probably another infamous type of name. But 41 Squadron destroyed 53 of these V1 flying bombs in a 9-week period. So by September it transferred its attention to then attacking V2 sites. Now V2 was a bigger, better, stronger, but they were destroying the sites, and they were re-equipped to the Mark 14 Spitfire. So in December it moved to the forward base number 41 to Belgium, ending its war stationed in Germany. They did disband a year later after the war in 1943, but they reformed in April back in the UK with the Spitfire the F Mark 21. And eventually they switched to an aircraft that I brought up yesterday, which was the single-seater coupe, smaller fighter version of the Mosquito. That's right, a single-seater, the de Havilland Hornet. Check that out, by the way. If you've not come across the de Havilland Hornet, do check that out. In fact, I do have a book here to show you. They also operated the Gloucester Javelin in the late 50s, and in 1965 they put down their fighter boots and were re-equipped with the Bloodhound Mark II surface-to-air missile. So they became a non-flying squadron as well. They disbanded on the 18th of September 1970, and then finally got their flying boots back in 1972, operating the Phantom Spey-engined, shall I just say, not the J79 FGR4. They also operated the Jaguar and also the Harrier, and they were operating these here. Yes, 41 Squadron, and we're here with the Harrier. How cool is that? They also deployed in 1993 in operation, and took part in Operation Deny Flight in Bosnia as well. And their commitment carried on until August of 95, during which time 41 Squadron's Jaguar became the first RAF aircraft to drop a bomb in anger over Europe since World War II. So 41 Squadron have got quite a strong reputation, have been involved in pretty much everything, one of which is Operation Telik in Iraq, and they were operating the Jaguar GR3, and they took part in that operation in 2003. Now in 2006 they were scheduled to be disbanded, but 41 Squadron instead became 41 Reserve. There is a bit of a story of Coltishore with 141 Squadron. They took on in honour of 41 Squadron, and they switched it back and became an official squadron. That is a story in its own right. Do check that out. And 2013 they were designated as 41 Reserve Test and Evaluation Squadron, and the unit took the Typhoon to strength. So the Typhoon arrived here in 2005 on the 19th of May with number 17 Squadron. So in 2016, that's when the, 2013, that's when 41 Squadron. So a little bit of background there from 41 Squadron for you. And there they are. There's a pilot going in. 2 pilots going in. Possibly 3. So there they are. Seeking and destroying. And what a great nickname that is. What a great motto that is. So this is the Typhoon FGR4, ladies, gents, teddy bears. However, the one on the left, okay, is a T3, a trainer. That's correct. There was a T1 Typhoon along with an F2. That's right, we did have F2s, and then we've got a T3 and then an FGR4. It's got nothing to do with the tranche, by the way. We don't have tranche 1 here anymore. We have tranche 2 and 3.
Just quickly.
Hello.
Can I have a shout?
Yeah, sure. Sorry. Surge Sector 7?
Yeah, it's our group. I'm in our group.
Oh, right, okay.
I watch you quite a lot. So.
Right, okay. Right, no worries. A little shout out to Surge Sector 7 there. Surge Sector 7 is an area that the US Air Force of the 48 Fighter Wing use. They use that area. It's the dedicated zone for the 48 Fighter Wing. For those that know, there are different surges. It's kind of around the East Anglia region. You've got Surge Sector 5 and other areas as well, for those that want to know a little bit of background. Remco De Vrij, how you doing? Dave Holloway, Joshua Brown, Ellie J Approach, Davey, Wendy Loves Planes, Ellie J Approach, John Minter, Oi to you, Davey, Perez, Matt Manbush. If you just joined us, welcome to the show. Don't forget to hit the like button. Do give us a thumbs up. Don't worry, I'm not one of those that go on all day about hitting the like button. Just the beginning and the end, pretty much. But it's good. It does help get the stream out there. It does give it a bit of a turbo boost with the YouTube's algorithm. It really does help. So if all our viewers are hitting the like button, it causes a bit of a stir. It means, oh, people like this. Let's promote it, or at least put it in the algorithm. So where people have interests of aviation, military-wise, it could be for them. We do have a 4th Typhoon over there as well, getting prepped. So it's quite nice to come here on a Friday, a little bit more relaxed. Raven, Davey, Ellie J Approach, Shady Forza, Captain Faber. In regards to you and Rich, how are we all doing? I'm going to go and grab my tea, I'll just bring it up. Yeah, because the wind is kind of blowing towards us here, so it should. So they have changed runway to 07, I can see that there. Lovely. Alright, let's see what we got here now. Ted's just having a photo taken there. So runway 07, the wind is kind of blowing towards us here with a little bit of a crosswind. Oh, looking good, looking good. I've also got the 617 Squadron Lancaster here with the 22,000 pounder Grand Slam, which I spoke to you about yesterday, which is kind of cool. Bless you. Oh gosh. Right, ladies, gents, teddy bears, and of course, if you're new to the Typhoon, I'll give you all the details about the Typhoon as well. Don't forget, if you're new to the Typhoon, if you've got any questions about spec, performance, avionics, the build, including the blue tack version, the Typhoon FGR4 blue tack. But yeah, do let me know. And if you're a big fan of the Typhoon like Ted and I, because that is our officially our favourite aircraft, it really is an absolute beast of a it is multi-role, don't forget, and it can be reconfigured up in the skies just like that. It can switch roles, and the performance is absolutely incredible. And one of the things is the amazing thrust to weight ratio. It weighs just 24,000 pounds, and it's got two EJ200 engines which produce over 20,000 pounds of thrust with reheat. Absolutely amazing. So if you're a big fan of the Foon, what I want you to do this year, if you're going to air shows, make sure you don't I can't think right now. Make sure you're not missing out on the latest and greatest merch. Look at this, the Ted's Foon t-shirt. You've got to get Ted's Typhoon t-shirt. Look at that. That's pretty cool, isn't it? It's got the livery, the Ted livery is ZJ914. It's got Ted flying the Foon, and it's also on the back got Ted's call sign on the back, Ted Coningsby. Hopefully you got to see that as well. They are available on our website. Make sure available in white or in navy. All right, so do check that out as well. They are really, really nice and comfortable. Really nice soft t-shirts as well. Really, really nice. Really, really good. Fitting is fitted. It's almost pretty much fitted. It's not one of the. It's not a loose fit. We do have loose fit ones, but this is more of a fitted attire. So make sure you get one of these. Yeah, make sure. Look at that. It's pretty cool. Oh yeah. Ted's livery Typhoon. So head on over to tedconingsby.co.uk. make sure, click shop, and if you are a member, you can also get discount on all our merchandise as well. Yeah, it is an amazing piece of machine, it really is, and that's why today it is our choice of QRA aircraft and Interceptor. It really is the meanest of machines because it's the way it can perform in a variety of roles, hence FGR, fighter, ground attack and reconnaissance. That's what the FGR, and the 4 just means Mark 4 because we did have a Mark 1 and 2, and on the screens to the left is a Mark 3, which is a T3, hence the letter T for trainer. The other two are FGRs, FGR4s. Again, no relation to the correlation, shall we say, to the tranche. Although I can tell you that the one in the middle is a tranche 2. The one here, that's a tranche 3. Startups. Here we go. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, ladies, gents, teddy bears, and Foons have started up, and we do have runway 07 in use. The runway caravan has just moved this way. I was going to say the wind is slightly cooler due to the easterly, or at least south southerly winds that are blowing. ladies and city bears, welcome to the show. We are here at the official aircraft viewing area, aka the Spotters car park. There's, of course, we have Steve's amazing burger van here. Big shout out to Steve there, feeding us. So don't forget to get yourself breakfast, brunch and lunch. So if you've got plans to come to Coningsby, food is sorted. We have Steve's burger van, so from an egg bat to a burger to refreshments, teas and coffees and soft drinks, all here. Just to give you an idea, Steve's here around sort of early in the morning, 8:30ish to about 1ish. All right, so not all day, but just to give you an idea. If you find that the car park is full, ladies and teddy bears, again, housekeeping, please don't park just out here. It is a busy, very narrow, busy road, look, very narrow, and of course double yellows, there's signs, no park, no stopping even. There is a car park in the town, all right, it's very cheap. It's free for the first 2 hours, or £2 all day. There are toilets there, so you can park it in the town and walk down. Brian Billman, thank you very much for that super chat. Thank you very much. That's awesome. When's the RAF adapting Ted's food? Wouldn't that be amazing if there was a livery that could be easily taken on and off the Typhoon just to fly Ted's livery? That would be pretty cool, wouldn't it? So here we go, ladies and teddy bears. We do have a chippy coming out. We should have, there it is. We do have two in the BBMF. Oh, look at that, that's where the RB7's parked up, 777. Yeah, look at this, both of them, yeah, get in. Try not to break the tripod there. Quite funny that. Said, what happened there, mate? I just headbutted the tripod. Suddenly got taller. There you go. Double chippy moment. The Battle of Britain Memorial flight. Their inventory includes 2 chipmunks, and both of them are here on our screens. Also got 1 Lancaster, 1 Dakota C-47, 5 Spitfires and 2 Hurricanes that fly. The chipmunks do not take part in the formation and displays. They are used for training recce or even a delivery courier purposes. I know, now not your Uber though. If they need parts that can be that can fit tools, etc., they can use that. So they can use these for recceing as well, if they need to practice over another airfield, because it does make a difference. You ask any pilot. I was speaking to the tutor display team the other day, hence why they came to Holbeach. It's all very well having reference points when you're doing your display, and probably the same goes for Tom this year, but when you start going to other venues, those reference points that you're so used to are no longer there, especially when you're at the coast, Scarborough, Cleethorpes, Eastbourne. Where are your reference points then? So that's why they do practice at other venues, so you'll see them doing a practice display elsewhere, and that's to get them attuned to performing at other venues. Now it looks like they are going to use 2.5, even though the runway caravan's moved, so I'm not sure. Yeah, it looks like runway 25 in use, not 07. Never mind. It seems to be a comms issue at the moment with the caravan. So today is the first ever flight, the anniversary, the 80th anniversary of the Chipmunks. Hence, the Chipmunks are here and out today. Their first flight was indeed the 22nd of May, 1946. How amazing is that, eh? So this is their day, 20th anniversary Chipmunks. Here we go. 80th anniversary Chipmunks, right? 20th, what am I on about? So that'll be why we have two Chipmunks out today. There we go. So happy birthday, happy 80th birthday to the de Havilland Chipmunk there. And we have two of them from the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. Around 1284 were built. DHC-1, powered by de Havilland Gypsy Major 1C 4-cylinder, 145 horsepower, got a max speed of 138, but this is pretty much a superb all-round trainer aircraft that was used. And I know a lot of you on our chats that I've seen in the past have had many experienced flights in one of these. Given thorough instructions on every single movement, really important that they do that, of course, in the name of safety. All the moves, look at that, line up on way only. Just wait for the instructions to depart. Here we go. Obviously it's been given. Clear, let's go. Wow, wow, wow. Look at this. Let me zoom out so you can appreciate the climb. Look at this. Oh yeah. Typhoon, from brakes release to just 8 seconds, can pull into a 50 degree, 60 degree into a vertical climb and accelerate. That's the difference. That is the difference. I get a lot of people saying, well, a lot of aircraft can, you know, technically rotate in 8 seconds from brakes release. Yeah, but they can't pull up 50, 60 degree vertical and just accelerate all the way vertically. And that, my friends, is thrust away. And then 22 seconds later, so 30 seconds from brakes release, the Typhoon is capable of going supersonic. Of course, with clearance. Right, time for a blast from the past. So off they go. You can probably track them on ADSB if you wanted to. Good start to the morning, right? 2 PTOs. That sun really got in my eye then. I was hoping they'd use 07, but I guess not for now. Do have some more Foons just taxiing out for departure. I'm not sure what the runway caravan's doing. It's on the move again. So it looks like we've got possibly 11 fighter squadron. Certainly worth coming here, wasn't it? Absolutely brilliant. A very different type of takeoff that we just seen on the Typhoon. The thrust to weight ratio. Now you'd be surprised if, well, it's obvious when you know, but the G's pulled on a performance takeoff is no more than 2, because they're pulling up from literally 185 miles per hour, and the most G's are probably going to be experienced from the turnout, depending on how aggressive that's going to be. So max is just 2G, even if they even get to that. Because, like I said, they're accelerating from the get-go straight up, rather than Lake and Eve style where they blast it down the runway 425, 450 miles per hour and then pull up. You are then going to experience a lot of G's, especially on turnout as well. And when you're pulling up at speeds of 450 miles per hour, G's pulled 5 to 7. So the performance takeoff a little bit more comfortable, but on a climb rate, the Typhoon would win. For those asked, because I get this all the time. It's already accelerating from 8 seconds going straight up. Okay, so the time it takes for something to go for. Oh, where's the runway caravan? Oh dear, I think it's broken. Oh no, injured. Got an injured runway caravan. Oh no, committee. Oh no. Oh, hang on. There's another one over there. I've just seen they've got one out there. Okay, cool. Nearly had a runway change. It is kind of borderline. Thanks again to Brian Beelman. Thank you very much for your support today, and everyone who's tuned in. Welcome to the show. So we've got number 11, I think it's 11 Squadron. You can probably tell by the call sign when it goes up. Could have been Razor call sign of number 11. Now they're about to blast out of here. If we get more PTOs, that would be quite fun, because that's what we normally used to with that kind of performance, aren't we, on a Friday. A good substitute, isn't it? Typhoon can take 11,000 pounds of internal fuel. Here we go. This looks like a PTO. It's not. Oh, you just... Oh. Friday time. Well, what's going on? So rest in peace, car alarms there, and the ladder that just blew up in the background. So yes, it's technically PTO Friday. Welcome to the show, performance takeoff, and that's all down to the Typhoon's mega thrust to weight. Absolutely incredible. So we've got a few more canopies open. Again, how you doing? Bama fan Joshua Brown, Davey, what's going on? More startups going on here. Here we go. That's turning out to be a brilliant day, isn't it? The Typhoon's airframe, just 85% non-metal. Made in 4 different countries. Again, we'll give you all the spiel later on. So that's 4 PTOs and 2 Chipmunks. So what a great start then. A nice replacement for Friday. We do have one more show tomorrow. So after the show, there will be a schedule put on give it about half an hour, so that maybe, actually no, I'll wait till I get home so I can just make sure there's no errors or anything. It'll be on later today, all right? So looking at late afternoon, early evening. So let's go with around about between 1600 and 1700. There will be a schedule for tomorrow. It is on. We are definite. It's gonna happen. So leave it with me for tomorrow. Of course, put aside any things that are out of our control, of course. But other than that, there will be a schedule on later on today for tomorrow. Can't tell you where. You'll know later on today. You alright there, Aidan?
Excuse me, mate.
Hello.
When you said the PTO, what does that mean?
Performance takeoff.
And that's when they go straight off?
That's when they use reheat,
Right.
the afterburners.
Oh, okay.
They don't always go straight. It depends what how much they weigh, because they could have like, loads of stuff on it, like fully fueled. But usually expect them to go straight. But not always. They can request a performance takeoff or PTO, and you'll see the afterburners on.
Right.
Yeah. The carrots. All right.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, no problem. Good
I
question.
just had a look at YouTube.
No, thank you. Yeah, man, thank you.
I'll have to follow you.
No worries.
Yeah.
That's right. For those that don't know, PTO is abbreviation for performance takeoff, and you may have heard they don't always go straight up, although 8 times out of 10 it does depend. Again, thanks to the movies that kind of ruin it with unrestricted climbs. Unrestricted climb, performance takeoffs, quick climbs does not mean they just go as high as they want. They can't do that. Unrestricted climbs are restricted to climb to a flight level. You cannot just go to the moon or flight level 550. You can't do that. And sadly, that's thanks to the movies. You may have seen Top Gun Maverick. Unrestricted climb does not mean just go as high as you want. If that was to be correct, the air traffic control will clear them to climb to a particular flight level. Flight level, you'll hear it as, let's say, 150. It's just an example. All you got to do is add 2 zeros to give you the feet. So flight level 150, add 2 zeros, that's 15,000 feet. Flight level 200 is 20,000 feet, just for example, because you can hear them going, I don't know, descend to flight level 30. That's 3,000 feet. So unrestricted climb is to do with the actual climb rate. So this is why they don't always go straight up. They do what they want to get to that flight level quickly. All right. So that's what it means. Once they've climbed to, let's say, 17,000 feet, they then use a different radar service to then assist them to climb further up. All right. So there are other aircraft in the skies. There are traffic. There are voids. There are barriers up in the skies. So that's what that means, which is why sometimes you'll hear performance takeoff and it hasn't gone straight up, maybe because it's got a lot of weight on there, maybe it's got extra goodies on there and hair products, etc. So, you know, you just got to think about that. But unrestricted climb, performance takeoff, quick climbs, they don't mean going straight up necessarily. It means that they're going to go there very quickly. The movies have got a lot to answer for. But hey, never ruin a good movie and never ruin a good story. We'll go with that. Anyway. We do have more startups. So pilots for this area, the main, for short, the main ASP. What does that stand for? What is that good for? That stands for Aircraft Servicing Platform. For short, taxi from the main, you'll hear, or taxi to the main. That's what they call it, the main, because that is the main aircraft servicing platform. If you want a bit of nostalgia, go back in 1962 over here, you would have had a crew bus, I think it's blue, and you would have had Vulcan B2s just parked up by the ORP. ORP, what's that? That stands for Official Readiness Platform. It's a bit like an EOR, it's just away from the runway, somewhere safe for aircraft to just park up. yes, there were Vulcans here. 62 to 1964. B2 variants. Keith Smith for scanning on, thank you very much, man. There's our Voyager. Looks like a Voyager from Bryce, just up ahead. Basically the gas station of the skies, but oh man, that's gonna break my eyes, that is. Hang on, that is some sharp light. It's got a really weird haze in the sky, which is I'm gonna have to wait. Hang on a minute. Oh man, that hurts. Based on the Airbus A330. It's a Voyager in the Royal Air Force terms. Stationed at RAF Bryce Norton. And romantically labelled as the gas station of the sky. There are quite a few. There's KC-135s in the UK and the Voyager that take part in that. But also the MC-130s, they take care of air-to-air refuel for their CV-22 Osprey. So welcome back to the 352nd SOWs. What up? Keith Smith, thanks again, man. Legend, thank you very much. Much appreciated, my man. Oh, hello, here comes our RV7. Oh, yeah. Just look at this. Slide the ride. So this is a Vans RB7, a very capable aerobatic aircraft. I believe the pilot is a BBMF pilot. I believe it's squadron leader Ben Polwin, who joined the RAF in 2003. He's an experienced Tornado GR4 and Hawk T2 instructor. He was lucky enough to lead the Hawk T2 roll demo in 2015. I definitely wouldn't have had a chance to see that. He also flew the US Navy FA-18 Hornets as well before returning to fly the Typhoon. Ben joined the BBMF in July of last year, and as the next operations officer and fighter pilot, so he'll be flying the Hurricane and Spitfire. So this, I'm going to assume this is his little bad boy. Meanwhile, there are typhoons taking off. Where did you come from? Is this another PTO? No way. It's PTO Friday, man. Let me just zoom out so you can have a look at that climb. Look at that! It is PTO Friday, isn't it? Come on, man, it's probably at 6. Amazing. Amazing. 6 PTOs. Yeah, man. Oh, good choice today. Oh, yeah, yeah, I'll have them, man. Yeah, that's cool. Cheers, man. Thank you. Well, for those that always wanted a twin stabilizer Typhoon, look at this. Look at that. Twin stabilized Typhoon. That is pretty cool optical illusion right there. That is pretty cool, right? Look at that. I don't know if you're seeing it. Dave Earl, thank you. So many of you visiting the online store. Big shout out to you. Much love. Jay Bolton, Aiden, Renko DeVray, LEJ Approach, Sharon Pilkington, what up? Welcome to our... Oh, there's more down there. Ding, 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 it's a good show. Right. Why have I got Shania Twain in my head? Not taking off, is it? Where do you think you'll go? Hey. Hang on, backtrack, is it? Oh no, what? Hang on a minute, I have no idea what's going on at the moment. There is a bit of a crosswind, so I'm wondering if it's going to use... Oh. It is, look at this! Go on! Look at this PTO! Talk about a short takeoff. That is a short takeoff and a half, that one. Wow. That did need a lot, did it? It got airborne. I mean, that's only, what did we say, 160 horsepower. I mean, yeah, there are some variants to go to 215, but still, that's pretty cool. Can't wait for tomorrow for you as well. It's hopefully a fun day for you tomorrow. Let's see if we have one more Typhoon down there. It's a really weird light today. But, hey, that's fine. Still got billions of Foons over here. Look at this, there's more of them. Woohoo! I guess there's a lot of airspace available, I guess so. I remember I used to go to Barham when Lake and Efe weren't flying, so I thought I'd give Coningsby a go. That's why I wasn't sure, so I didn't advertise the stream. I thought I'll get here and just see if there's any aircraft on the ASP, and there was. So I was like, well, it doesn't mean anything. They could be towing them away, they could be just, you know, having a bit of basking in the sun like you do as a cat. Yeah, I must admit that RV7, that was quite impressive. Literally backtracked 180, gone. That was pretty impressive. Right, you don't need to do a PTO, but if you do, that'll be number 7. Tell by, oh come on, it is. Okay, so 7 performance takeoffs. Gonna go and get some water actually. Be right back. So Ted must have clearly had a word here at Coningsby for them to do 7 PTOs like that. That's pretty good. So I hope we're all good, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Welcome to the home, and of course a shout out to Ted's Squadron number 17 Air Training Corps. That's right, the cadets here. They are extremely fortunate enough to have their building here, you know, an active base, and not just an active station, but a Typhoon station. So extremely lucky to have that. Not many cadets have that privilege to actually step inside an active base like that. That is quite phenomenal, really, and for me that must be such a big inspiration for them, especially those that want to become a pilot, for one, but also maybe for those that want to take on the more hands-on approach with being an armourer, technician, or anything like that. It's right there, all the info's there. It's really that is very special. And of course, not everyone does become a fighter pilot. That is true. So you can go and try, but of course don't be disheartened. There are other career paths, which is why there's so many roles in the Royal Air Force, from regiment to air traffic controller. Regiments is something that I didn't know anything about until I started doing this. I had no idea. I thought regiment was army. I'm going to just say it as bad as it sounds, but that's what I thought. And this is one of the things that I felt, that if I start this channel in the nature and the direction, the way I've projected it, I thought that if I am thinking this, then maybe others are thinking the same thing too. So that's one of the things that I felt, that maybe if I do that, and a lot of things that I noticed, you know, there were other, I'm not going to mention them, but there are other platforms that you ask a question and some of the responses are not very nice. So I thought, well, hang on a minute, let's make a little community where it's still my little channel, where you can just come in and have fun and have a good time and ask any question. Someone asked me a question the other day regarding why do they coming on initial? You know, why not? Why? It's a great question. Why do they coming on initial? Why can't they just come straight in? Is there something wrong? And I'm like, no. And it's just taking that time to explain that fact as well. And I remember once, a long time ago, I went to Lakenheath for the first time, and I posted a video of this low approach. Never seen anything like that in my life. And some of the really negative comments were like, really not necessary. I've never seen that before. Maybe you do every day, but the fact is, hey, you know what I mean, we all experience things differently, and that, you know, if you're going to come to Coningsby and, you know, and see low approaches, you know, a lot different when you go to Lakenheath, and it is quite a spectacle when you see a low approach at Lakenheath usually, and never seen anything like it. And I thought, right, that, you know, I'll tell you what, I'll make a little channel, fun little channel, but hey, it's still my little channel, just a little bit bigger than what it started out to be. but there we go. And I've had to literally, because a lot of people ask me, where did you learn all this? And it was just like literally every day, just reading, watching videos, talking to pilots and talking to crew, talking to personnel, just constantly learning, literally learning. And it's not one section that I'm homing in on, it's literally a broader scope, from history to how a Typhoon works, all the details about the Typhoon, where it's made, what it's made of, the power, the cables, even sad knowledge of knowing, are you ready for this? There are 30,000 different parts in the EJ200 engine. It just stays with me. I mean, what is going on there? And there's about 40,000, what they call them, fasteners on the F-35. I mean, why not? I think numbers just kind of stay with me. I'm pretty good with numbers and memorizing stuff like that. But yeah, 30,000 different components in an EJ200 engine. Pretty cool, huh? But there we go. And hey, a great start to the morning. A great substitute for Lakenheath then today. I'm sure you'd all agree. Right, where are those I'm having a look now at the Chipmunk.
Ellie, would you put that up there? 'Cause I'm gonna come up.
Looks like it's heading for, at the moment, the Chipmunk's just north of Derby at the minute. Oh yeah, Dave Smith, yeah man. Yeah, that bridge where it all started, eh? And then finding Ted. I'll tell you what, members, I'll tell you what I'll do. You've never seen it before. I'll give you a little, either a quick minute video. I'll do it over the weekend, or maybe I'll do it on Sunday. I'll do a little video, or at least take a photo of where Ted was actually won in the raffle. The first time Ted kind of almost got into my possession, almost, not quite. But I'll show you where he came from, because he was won in a raffle at a primary school or a junior school. It was Kimberley that actually won him in a raffle. The whole fee of £1 for the raffle, and I believe she told me that the ticket was salmon 64, the colour salmon, and the number was 64, she believes, or 064. She remembered. I think she was only about, she must have been about what, 9? It was the last year at primary school, December. So yeah, that's quite an interesting story. Babzar, good to see you on here. How you doing? Soul69, Ellie J, Margot, Davey, Dave Smith. How you all doing? Welcome to the show. Thanks a lot, Babs, Wibbs, Argan, Ian McCabe. How you doing? Keith Smith, Doncaster Lass. Yeah, you can. So the T-shirt is available. Don't forget to get yourself one. They're available in this nice soft white or navy. Salmon 64. Yeah, that is a good call sign. Very good. Yeah, definitely. It's really, the whole story is pretty amazing. So I'll tell you what, let's go back in time. Let's go back to, so for those who don't know, Coningsby built 4th of November 1940. First residents arrived on the 23rd of Feb 1941, and it was the Handley Page Hampden that arrived here with 106 Squadron, and this is a 106 Squadron Hampden, and you can tell by the Zulu November, and I'm glad, I cannot believe I've actually got one. And by the way, if you want a Ted Coningsby wristband, they are available on our online store as well. Look at that. And right, these are glow in the dark, and I repeat, glow in the dark. They are insanely glow in the dark. It really, honestly, you will freak out. They are that badly, not bad, that's probably the wrong word. They are insanely glow in the dark. They are amazing. And I asked the manufacturers, look, listen, is this legal? No, because what it was, I needed to check if it, what it was made out of for allergy, like latex and all that kind of stuff, and silicone and all that kind of stuff. But it is, it's fine. It's free from all anything like that. The reason they said that, as opposed to, let's say, your watch glow in the dark, is because it is translucent, or at least, you know, it absorbs light from the back and the front. It's kind of transparent, and that's why it glows insanely. But anyway, back to and they're available on our online store. So there we go, our Handley Page Hampden. Look at this, the first ever aircraft here. Zulu November was the markings of 106, which took that took those markings right all the way up to the end of the war. Because after the Second World War, don't know if you know this, something I've not really mentioned before, they had other squadron markings after the war. They changed them. Okay, so for those that don't know, after sort of around late after the war, the squadrons changed, all of them pretty much, as far as I know, they changed their squadron markings. All right, so they do prior to 1939, they had a lot of them had their a lot of them actually had their squadron numbers written on there, which I've mentioned before, right? But of course that was a bit of a security risk and a bit of an intelligence leak risk, you know, to write let's say 106 on here, and then they land back at wherever they were based at the time. Which, you know, so for example, if, you know, this landed here, then well, the enemy would know the number and what they operate and etc. They can find out a lot more, but it was very cryptic. It didn't mean anything. You couldn't work it out. The only way you could find out is just to literally memorize it. Thanks a lot to Susan as well, who's just visited our online store. Many of you visiting the online store, thank you so much for that. So yeah, 106 Squadron operating this beautiful bomber, a twin-engine Pegasus powered, Bristol Pegasus powered, a 1,000 horsepower bomber. It really is was the bridge. I've always said this, the Pegasus becoming the bridge to the 1,000 horsepower, because that Air Ministry specification when come out, they really wanted to move away. It was B932, the same specification as the Vickers Wellington. Air Ministry specifications can tell you a lot. It can tell you, well, first of all, if you don't know what it entailed, first of all, it will tell you that if it was a medium bomber, heavy bomber, a fighter for the army and experimental, it will tell you the issue number. So the issue number was number 9. The /32 means the year, so 1932. But each specification had a particular requirement. So I believe it was thanks a lot to Tony Mason as well. There was a twin engine day bomber, needed high performance. There was a lot of talk as well about some of the unrealistic weight. The Air Ministry were obsessed with weight. They were absolutely obsessed. I think they really should have gone to a manufacturer to actually see how much things weigh, because I think they were really homing in on a particular engine that they wanted. I think they wanted like the steam-cooled Goshawk, I think it was, but they wanted more powerful 1,000 horsepower. They wanted to do away with the likes of the Rolls-Royce Kestrel. But the contract was given to Handley Page and Vickers, and hence why we've got the two. But they couldn't be. I mean, if you think about the Vickers Wellington, I can't remember if I showed you the Vickers Wellington yesterday, but you would have seen it on our show. But yeah, they had a lot of requirements. Maybe I'll have to dig them out. I think there's a whole book on Air Ministry requirements. It will tell you more detailed spec. But the length 53 feet 7 inches, wingspan 69 feet 2 inches, powered by the Pegasus 9-cylinder air-cooled 1,000 horsepower, same engine as the Vickers Wellington Mark 1C, although that changed. Maximum speed 247. It was very nimble, it was very agile. In fact, Guy Gibson really pioneered this into the mine laying, or what's called gardening. It could take 4,000 pound, cheers man, 4,000 pound of payload, and it could also take an 18-inch torpedo as well with that, because they wanted to develop a torpedo bomber version. They upped the amount of guns. They had up to 5 Vickers K machine guns. It did quite a bit actually. It was, you know, it was very, very good. But sadly for 106, they became the worst squadron with regards to losses of any Hamdens. So it was a bit of a fighter bomber, very agile, no comfort, no facilities if you're going on long distances, and sadly you had a weak bladder. Well, I'd let your imagination work out the rest. No heating, no creature comforts for the pilots, which is why when they started to make the developments of the Avro Manchester, that's when they introduced a bit of heating for the pilots and crew, because they thought a warm and happy crew is a better performing crew. But anyway, this is what we had first of all. This and the Vickers Wellington, although I believe that the Vickers Wellington probably for me had a better reputation, which is why it probably was made in the most greater numbers of any Royal Air Force bomber. Oh, as promised, I will show you 617 Squadron with the £22,000 Grand Slam. That's right, there you go. So remember I spoke about weight. Look at that, 22,000 pounder. I mean, normally it could take 18,000 pound on a standard load, but they added this massive 22,000 pounder. They removed the top turret. They removed a lot of items on here. They completely got rid of the loading bay doors, mind you, the bombing bay doors, but of course you probably couldn't fit that. And it was not very maneuverable. Not very maneuverable. In fact, it took the whole of the runway. Do you remember that Elysian tanker at Riyadh, which I thought was probably going to end up in our caravan? It was a bit like that. Not very maneuverable once you've stuck a 22,000 pounder. But this is 617 Squadron when they were operating the Grand Slam Yankee Zulu, but you know them as Alpha Juliet. So they changed it to that. They took a lot of weight reduction into play for this, but once it released that bomb, well, it was very maneuverable. But there you go. I thought I'd show you this one. It's had a bit of a few repairs to the propellers, but other than that, it's all good. Right, startups, here we go. But yeah, just leading on to the Lancaster, by the way, with the 22,000 pounder, that's one of the reasons why they developed then the Avro Lincoln. But that come out too late, which is why they leased the B-29s, which the Royal Air Force called the Boeing Washington, in their possession. That's why they only rented them. They didn't purchase the B-29s, because the bridge to piston engine to jet powered was transitioning to, of course, the English electric Canberra, becoming the first ever jet powered bomber of the Royal Air Force, which actually arrived here in 1953. It was Coningsby's first ever jet aircraft. Oi, oi. How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Just keeping an eye out on arrivals. Big shout out to the lady, the bus driver, who's always beeping at us, bless her. I'm just gonna have a quick look at the ADSB, see what we got. It's been a good morning though, hasn't it? Absolutely brilliant. Today we've had some mad support out there, so thank you so much to our fans out there. Big shout out to all of you. And Ted's just about to do some guards marches for you wonderful, wonderful supporters out there. Thank you so much. It's really weird right today, isn't it? But hey, you know what I mean? We'll be alright. We'll be alright. And one of these supporters is Luke Hensley. A high five to you. and a Guards March. Thank you so much for joining our Ted Coningsby Squadron. I'll tell you what, as well, should we do a Guards March for Steve in the burger van? Yeah, let's do it. Steve the burger van, feeding everyone. Thanks a lot for the wonderful food. There you go. Ted's waving. Although Ted's wondering when he's going to do a bit of salmon for Ted. But Ray Z77, thanks a lot for your super chat. Bacon Sarnie with your tea. Thank you so much. Guards March to you. Dawn Hobson, a Guards March to you as well. Oi oi to all Ted Bear and his fans, family fans. Guards March, thanks a lot, Dawn. And Brian Billman, a high five, 4 pump and a salute. Thank you so much for that very generous super chat. A Guards March to you. Sorry, but that's one way of doing a wheelie. This is aero braking at its finest over there. And also Brian Beelman, a high five and a 4 pump. Thank you so much for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. Guards March to you. Thank you so much. Keith Smith with 23 months membership, the best military aviation channel on YouTube. Thank you very much. He's just realised what's happened there now. Thank you so much, man. Thanks, Keith. Margot, thanks a lot for the super. Also, Keith Smith as well. Keith, hope you're watching, man. Is you got a high five, paw pump and a salute. Thank you so much for your generous super chat. Nikos Clabert and all the mods, thanks for entertaining us all. Thank you so much. A Guards March to you. Harrison Modelling, Guards March, thanks a lot for your super. Lee Hale, high five. Thank you so much for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Guards March. Alan Q, thanks a lot for the super. Babsar, high five, Guards March. Thank you so much for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Donna and the Cake of Cat, welcome back to the Posh Officers Club, Guards March. Scorcher, thank you very much for your 33 months membership. Guards March, thank you to all of you who have tuned in today and supported us. Thank you so much. Is that Mario, Ted? Not the singer. The Super Mario. Hang on, if he's Super Mario Brothers, then isn't that a surname? Like, do you know where I'm going with this? We've got Mario and Luigi. If they're the Super Mario Brothers, isn't that, I don't know, you know where I'm going with it? If you've got a brother, surely you're going to be called the surname and then the brothers, right? I don't know. Maybe his first name is Super and then it's Mario, the surname. So does that mean it's Luigi Mario? Like the Mario Brothers? I don't know. Anyway. I'm just gonna have my quick cup of tea. I'll be right back, 1 sec. Hope we're all doing well out there. Hope we're all good. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, ladies, gents and teddy bears. And we've had a very good morning. 7 performance takeoffs. Oh yeah. 2 chipmunks are, where are they? They're over north. Where are they? They were north of Derby about half an hour ago. They are just to the west of Wolverhampton. No worries, you're most welcome. All right, you have a good day.
You've had a good day already.
It's been brilliant, isn't it? It's been fantastic. It's been great. Thank you. So, very good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good day, wherever you're watching from in the world. Hope you're having a great day out there. And we do have plenty more to go at the moment. We've still got a few hours here to go before we finish up. Been plenty of departures, all of them performance takeoffs. Still got our 2 Chipmunks to come back along with 7 Typhoons. Not sure about the RV7, don't know if that's done here for the day. How you doing? All right, yeah?
Right, mate, yeah.
Good, good, good. Nice one. So while we wait for the Typhoons to come back, let's have a little insight on the Typhoon as well. Welcome. This is our Typhoon here. So for those wondering about the tranche 2 and tranche 3, you'll notice if I have the Typhoon this way, about here, actually maybe a bit more forward, about here and here, there's these 2 little bumps. Okay, they look like they've got tiny little, maybe 2 or 3 portholes on them. Now those are your tranche 3. So this, you can tell it's a tranche, well actually it's probably a tranche 1. It's a ZJ, I need to check, ZJ9. A lot of the ZJ9s were tranche 1, with the exception of some airframes, believe it or not. The only way I could tell you is a couple of things, although I don't have the landing gear here. On the tranche 1, the landing gear on the lights, the landing gear lights, they were orientated vertically, if I remember correctly. It's 50-50, I could get it wrong, could get it right, but I think they were vertically aligned. They were the LEDs, the way they were lined up, but on the tranche 2 onwards, they were horizontally aligned. I wonder if it's to do with the eyes of the bird, I don't know, but it's there to scare birds on takeoff. And the other fact is the diagnostics computer here, the module here, was touchscreen on the tranche 1. The tranche 2 onwards are not touchscreen. For reasons we get a lot of rain here, and it didn't work very well. That's the only way I know. But anyway, moving on. So just to show you then on the is it? What, down there? Oh yeah. What, another one?
Yeah, another one.
You're joking. Another PTO. Hang on. Okay. just when you think that was it. Thanks, man. I wouldn't have got that. I was in my zone there. That's 8 PTOs we've had today. That was going some, that one. Well, this is a good substitute for Quick Climb Friday. It's PTO Friday here. Performance Takeoff Friday here at Coningsby. How you doing? All right? Good. Thank you very much. How's it going? Okay? Oh, cool. Cool. Oh, did you? Oh, yeah. They're not flying today.
No. Got there in the car park.
Oh no.
Sat there for a bit.
Don't worry, I've done it before, so you're not the only one. So yeah, hence I had to divert to here, and it's been Quick Climb Friday here instead. So yeah, it's been mega. And not as far as I don't know unless they put something in. Yeah, you too. Welcome to the show, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Just keeping an eye on ADSB because every time I talk to you about something's going on. Nearly missed that one as well. Thanks to Kev for letting me know about that one. Even the Hawker Hunter's up as well. I think. Not sure, not with that call sign Javelin, unless they got that wrong. But serial number's fine. Does it have call sign Javelin? Oh well, maybe it does. So how we're doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good. And welcome to the home of the Typhoon, made in 4 different countries. Of course, for those that don't know about the Typhoon, here we go. There's a little chart for you here. breaking down the Typhoon in parts for you. Colour coordinated it for you there, green Italy, red Spain, so you can see that the left wing is made in Italy, the right wing in Spain, the centre part of the fuselage made in Germany. Britain taking care of the front section along with the foreplanes, tail stabiliser Britain, and then you've got a mix, that's why I've done it in a stripe, a mix of Italy and Britain in the rear section. So breaking down the manufacturers as well, and then a few fun facts for you here as well. Look at that, 30 kilometers of cabling along here. Wow, that's quite a lot. 30,000 parts in each part of the engine, 6 bolts to hold the wing, equivalent to 150,000 horsepower equivalent. That's about 1,000 Ferraris of an EJ200 engine. Consumes at max so you got 1.6 litre per second dry, or 6 litres per second. That's 360 litres per minute of fuel with the afterburner. Only 15% of this surface on the exterior airframe is made of metal. The engine is superb. It's been made to just go for it. Literally, what I mean by that, it's been made to fly. 1,200 hours of flying without any maintenance. It is a fly-by-wire. The Leonardo FCC quadruplex system is split into 4 lanes, and what this means is you've got various PTO's data, and every single component is managed and taken down to the flight control system, which literally manages the 70 computers which move around all the little parts of the Typhoon. I say little, they're probably bigger than me. It is Super Cruise as well. Super Cruise, what's that? Super Cruise means that it can go supersonic without the use of reheats. What's the point of that? Well, the point of that is fuel efficiency and also a lower heat signature. Alright, so IR, enemy radar, picking up heat signatures. It can go supersonic under the cover of, well, without the radar. 8 internal fuel tanks in the Typhoon, so that means it's about 11,000 pounds of fuel there. The EJ200 weighs a ton, about 998 kilos. Thrust weight 1.2 to 1 with 13 hard points, which I'm going to show you. Here's a little bit more detail about the Typhoon. Here you go, of what it's made. So 85% of it being non-metal, so you can see titanium there on the foreplanes, and so anywhere where it's going to take a lot of G's, like the leading edge slats, that's made of titanium. 3% acrylic on the canopy there. You've got in these sections here slightly sort of like a sage green. Now this you're going to expect to find where the radar is, the and all the defense aid subsystem and the Moors. They're made, you can't see the Moors from here, it's a little probe that sticks out, which I'll show you on a model, but here you're going to want this to be kind of transparent, so it's made of like a glass reinforced plastic, so quite transparent. It's never painted. Even the Eldorado Canyon livery F-15, the nose is not painted in the traditional black that it was on. The Phantoms, the Tornado, the Typhoon, today it's a different grey. Even Blackjack, Gina, of any country, you do not mess and start painting the nose, because that is where you need to keep it clear from any debris, any paint, anything that will affect the performance of what's in there, because that is your battlefield. That is going to lock onto targets. That is going to get you out of trouble, especially with the defense aid subsystems. You've got ultra high frequency as well, and where I've left it white, that's your carbon fiber composites as well. But we'll have a little look at the Typhoon in just a moment. A little bit of info on the EJ200 engine. There you go there. As you can see there, look at that, there's a little diagram that I've just 4 companies. So it is a Eurojet, the company, but it's a consortium of 4 companies: Rolls-Royce, MTU, Avio Aero and ITP Aero. They all make different things. You can take a little screenshot if you want to of what they make. So let's pick on Rolls-Royce today. Rolls-Royce, they make the combustion system. So over here, when that compressed air goes in, the spray nozzles mix in with that compressed air, so they make that combustion system so it combusts and explodes and boom, there's your thrust. You've got the high pressure turbines. They make the HPT, the high pressure turbine, which is here, this turbine. So once the combustion is complete, every single combustion with that kinetic energy turns the turbine. Now the point of this HPT, or high pressure turbine, that actually powers the high pressure compressor, which is a 5-stage. Also, they take care of the engine health management system, which is, I think it's this bit here. I think that's the gearbox. I can't remember which one of these two it is. But anyway, there you go. So you've got a 3-stage blisk system. Blisks, which is a blade and disc all in one. They're not the traditional blades on a disc. You do have stator vanes in here which don't move. So it's a 3-stage low pressure compressor. What does that mean? What that's doing, it's sucking in the air through the inlets and it's compressing it, but to a low pressure. And on the Typhoon, 4.2 to 1. You're going to squeeze that air, and then when you get to the high pressure compressor, which is a 5-stage, the first 3, if I remember, are blisks and the 2 are conventional disc. The point of that is it's one complete unit, less fatigue, and lighter as well. Now the point of this, it compresses the air to 26 to 1. So if we're all experiencing 1 bar of pressure, then when it gets to here, it's 26 times. It's squashed. It's a lot more economical and a lot more combustible. That's why you have compressed air for jet engines. They compress it, so you've actually got a lot more air, but squashed. Think of scuba diving oxygen tanks. Think of the orange juice cartons that claim to have 4,000 oranges squeezed into 1.5 litres. That's pretty much what you've done here. You've got all that air, but it's compressed, but it's a lot more combustible and it's a lot more economical. Mix that in with fuel and you're going to go bam. So there you go. You've got a 1-stage high pressure and 1-stage low pressure turbines, and that's amazing because they actually power each other's respected compressors. So the high pressure turbine, that powers the 5 stages of the high pressure compressor, and then the low pressure turbine, that powers these massive blisks over here. Once you got your thrust, that's not your afterburner or reheat, same thing. It has a different chamber for that. So without this here, that's just your general thrust. Done. That is going to move forward. That's going to give you 13,500 pounds of thrust dry into each engine. But to get a reheat chamber or afterburner chamber, you need a separate compartment. Now, the thing is, this is why it's not economical. Think about it. We've just had all this compressed air. Here, you've just got hot gases. So what you're doing here to create reheat or afterburner, think of the word reheat. There's 2 words. You're reheating something, you're burning something after. You're just spraying raw fuel into those hot gases. Yes, it gives you more power, up to 20,200 pounds of thrust with reheat, but you've not got any more economical air, which is why it consumes a lot more, from 1.6 litres of fuel per second to 6 litres of fuel per second. So about 3 times more. And that's why it's not very economical when you start using afterburner, which is why Super Cruise is a brilliant thing. We saw the German Air Force Typhoons take off from Waddington, proper giving it some, because you don't really need reheats really on a Typhoon to take off dramatically, but it's there if you need it, which is why in aerial combat it's done. Mach 2, so twice the speed of sound on the Typhoon. So yeah, it looks like that is it for the day. Look, they're putting them home to bed, throwing them away for the long weekend. I hope you all have a great bank holiday weekend here in the UK, and of course those in the US, a respected Memorial Day for you. All of them, there's about 8. Sorry? Yes. Yeah, they have. Brian Billman, how you doing? Thank you very much again for your support. That's right, 6 bolts that connect the wing to the fuselage, which is amazing. I don't know if you've ever seen these bolts. They're pretty impressive. They just hang on and lock onto the Foon. It's funny. Right, so I'm just checking ADSB. Nothing at the moment. So no worries, just enjoy the day. It's a beautiful day out here. Well, just a quick one then, ladies, gents, teddy bears, as we're waiting for more Foon action to occur. The wind's just suddenly picked up quite a bit here. There's our Typhoon again, as for those that know our regular talks on the Typhoon. Inside, you had the old Captor M. They are being upgraded. Many of them have it, many of them don't. We don't know the answer to that, but they are having a active electronically scanned array, the Captor E, which is, I guess it would be the Mark II, Leonardo's latest and greatest battlefield creation in there. But just to give you an idea, even of the old school radar that it had or has, the Typhoon is able to lock onto targets 160 kilometers away, and 300 kilometers away for larger aircraft. So, you know, gone are those movie styles close combat. Although, let's get this right, they do need to learn how to dogfight, because there are going to be situations where they will need to initiate in dogfighting. The Typhoon's radar can lock onto 20 to 30 targets using the helmet as well. The Typhoon pilot using the Striker helmet can look through the Typhoon literally and lock onto targets, which is absolutely amazing. You can also prioritize on about 6 of those targets in this, and that's your battlefield. I believe it's about 110 degree you know, literally a sky scan, literally, with that's probably the wrong word, sky scan's probably something else, but anyway, but you know what I mean. I've actually got a diagram somewhere in my education folder of the battlefield, so that's why you can't mess around with this. You need to leave it, you need to have it with glass fiber, okay, something transparent, or you know, something that the radar does not get affected, that can get the optimum use out of it. You've also got part of the defense aid subsystem. There's a little pimple here. In fact, part of that defensive aid subsystem, as we showed you, there's a part here, and also the MORS. This is your missile approach warning system. That is going to alert the pilot of any missiles that have been locked onto that are guided. Okay, so infrared is a totally different thing. IR radar SAMs are different. Okay, that will alert something else. They're a lot harder to to be detected as a defense. All right. Not all Typhoons have this, okay, but the Austrian and the German Air Force Typhoons do not have this little CCTV looking thing that sticks out here. That is actually called the Pirate IRST. It's not FLIR, okay? A lot of people call it FLIR, although it does FLIR. Okay, let's break this down. What is FLIR? What is IRST? So FLIR is forward-looking infrared. So that's looking forward, okay, and to be able to look in infrared but forward. IRST is infrared search and track. It's got 4 different filters, not the filter so you can take a selfie, but it has all the thermal tracking, all in ultra high definition, so that the pilot can see in the dark. Literally can even land a Typhoon in the cover of darkness. But Germany and Austria do not have it. The only exception that you'll ever see the German markings on a Typhoon is the prototype, the DA1. Okay, so that is the prototype that they did have this on there, but as far as operational ones, you'll see that it's completely clean. You can even land, like I said, with that. It's quite spectacular. Yeah, the DA1, there was 7 prototypes in that respect. You've also got a lot of other the EFA. I mean, this dates back many years to the 70s even, but the first flight was in March of 1994. It was called the Eurofighter. It wasn't given the name Typhoon until Farnborough Air Show in 1998 in September. They kept the theme of wind, like for example Tornado, and they chose Typhoon. Okay, a bit like the Hawker. They had the Hawker Tempest, Typhoon, Hurricane, even I'm sure they had a Tornado. They did have a Hawker Tornado, but I'm just thinking, actually, I think it might have been a quick name change of one of the marks of the Tempest. I haven't really gone into too much detail with that, but you know, just quickly, you can really see the profile of the wings like this. I should have used my other model. Can you see the dihedral, the wings going upwards? That's called dihedral. If they start to point downwards, that's anhedral, is that right? There you go, some words here, right? Amazing, but there you go. 4 planes here to control. I should get my other model really, but the 4 planes. Typhoon doesn't have elevators. It has what's called 4 planes, these wings here made of titanium. The 4 planes move up, the angle of attack points the nose up. If you have the 4 planes pointing down, it bunts the aircraft. This is called bunting, by the way. But if you're gonna dive down quickly, the best way to do it is not to bunt the aircraft sharply, because that will give you negative G. All the blood will rush to your head and probably make you go grey and see red. The best way to do it is to invert and go down. That will keep you positive G as you dive down quite steeply. All right, there you go. Inlets, again, just really quickly, there's our inlets here. Now, one of the factors of radar cross-section is not to have your inlets at the bottom. The intakes is another word for it, okay? However, the Typhoon's clever system, you'll be surprised, the Typhoon's radar cross-section is actually as low as ½ meter squared. That's quite impressive. And the way they've done that, one, to have an S-duct system, all right, which means the air goes in and it's shaped like a letter S. The F-35 has got what's called a serpentine. It's like a letter S, but flat, the other side. That will be able to stop the heat being detected, because there are 2 or 3, shall we say, there are 3 places where there's a real high radar return. Inside here, in the canopy, which is why they are protected and coated, and you could say back here. But there are cooling systems, which is a great question. Someone asked me, surely the heat from the back of the engines are going to give you a high IR. Yes, but there are, the F-35's got an amazing cooling system in the back of that. But anyway, the air goes in, you've got your supersonic splitter, your boundary layer diverter here. These cowlings control the air, because you can't have supersonic air going in. It will damage your engine. Those shock waves that are going to go in and hit your engine are going to damage it. And also the boundary layer, which we've spoken about, when an aircraft is flying, you're going to get air that sticks. That's called the boundary layer. All right, it's like draggy, low pressure air. So if you're going to have low draggy air weeping its way through here, plus your regular air, you're going to damage it. Cyclic bending, if I remember the term, that's what it's called, cyclical bending. So you've got something spinning and you've got 2 different pressures of air hitting a fan. It's going to damage it. That's quite a word, Nikos, I know. So that's what this splitter does, is to stop the boundary layer. And also in real world, they're actually drilled holes here, or grills, to suck up any boundary layer. The F-22 has it on the inside as well. Quite amazing, really. Remarkable. It's got a BK-27 Mauser cannon firing at 1100 meters per second. Okay, so 27 mil. Pretty cool, huh? That's in there. What else? We got the air brake here. Yes, you can use these. I'll tell you what, a future video, I've slowed this down and you can see it moving quite a lot on landing, by the way, the 4 planes. You can use it as a speed brake as well, by the way, the 4 planes. I know I've kind of gone back to there, but there we go. This little gadget here, this little exhaust bit, or this is actually the RAM heat exchanger. Air to cool down your engines. So when the Typhoon uses a lot of reheat, those engines are going to really heat up, right? So you need to cool it down with a RAM heat exchanger, and that's what this does here. Got a little tiny nib here, that's the fuel vent. It vents fuel. On one of the performance takeoffs, you saw the fuel bin vented out. It's evaporating the fuel. It needs to vent, okay, to some degree, because if it doesn't vent fuel, you're going to get an airlock in your fuel and starve the engine. This is your missile approach warning system. This is where the decoy, fiber optic towed decoy comes into play. That comes out there. Like a little radar, Leonardo's Bright Cloud. It can actually break locks of enemy radar. So if or enemy aircraft trying to lock onto, you can actually, if you get locked onto, you can break the lock. You can mimic a Typhoon as a worst case scenario, but know the fact that that's going to get destroyed. Underneath, 13 hard points. You've got chaff dispensers here and here that are usually automatic, but you can, I think you can override them. They're chaff dispensers, so if you've got enemy ordnance after you that's guided, you can use bits of metal, these little bits of chaff that come out automatic to protect you. If it's infrared, it's a lot harder to detect. You've got flare dispensers. These little holes are here. 13 hard points. You can have a center drop tank. You can have the lightning pod, which is a targeting laser pod. You can have an additional 2 more drop tanks, one either side. So you can have 3 drop tanks, leaving you 5 hard points left here and here. So you can have 2 on the inside of the fuselage here, and then 3 on the wing. Again, same here. So there you go, that's our Foon. And again, as we mentioned, 2 powerful EJ200 engines. But the fact of the matter is the Typhoon's thrust to weight ratio is phenomenal, meaning it could do some wonderful maneuvers. The Typhoon, when it starts to, in a defense mode, start to do barrel rolls, it does start to corkscrew. That's a defensive sweep, because if you're going to go in a straight line and just do an aileron roll, well, you might as well just fly in a straight line. But you know what they're saying, innit, I suppose. But there we go, lots of tactics so that they use. The sun bin one of them, but there we go. I think we got something coming back home. Right, I'm gonna need my blue tack back. Feels funny being here on a Friday, but 8 performance takeoffs, I'll take that. Nothing coming back just yet. let's see what else we've got. How's the chipmunks doing? Are they back yet? About an hour away. Yeah. No, not in here. Too many planes in now. I'll have an engine in my head or something. Right, just got to wait now. Right. Yeah, there's quite a bit out there. Yeah. It's beautiful. You alright, man? You okay? Yeah, I know, mate. I know. I think the world knows, mate. Yeah, it's bad. Huh? Oh, right. Yeah, it's all over the place. Yeah, it's just like. It's obvious. We've seen it. Yeah, never mind. I'll give you that back. There you go. Thank you very much. Oh, something's coming in. Something's coming in. Yeah, something's coming back now. Yeah, never mind, man. Never mind. Right, here we go. So Havoc flight on its way back. So our first arrival's coming up very shortly. Hello. 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 Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, we're not in London. We're not really.
Ginger Bailey, how you doing? Rob Kennard, how you doing as well? Hope you're all good and well. Oh, Kev on adventures there. He's still going, he's still buzzing. Kev celebrating his 21st birthday. Oh yeah. Right. Aspen, how you doing? Hope you're good. Remco de Vrij. Oh man. I think the sun's got to me, but yeah, we still got one more show. This is not the end of the week, so I've got to remember that it's Saturday tomorrow and I'm still going. Yeah, keep your notification bell button on after the show. Give me a couple of hours after the show and there'll be a schedule on for you for tomorrow. Yeah, I won't rush it. I need to find out times and stuff, but yeah, we've got another show to do tomorrow, so look out for that. Too much coffee for Kev. Miss Amanda G. Yeah, Kev's loving it. What up, brother man? How you doing? Yeah, all good, man. Yeah, feeling good. Buzzing. It's been an absolutely cracking day. Ginger Bailey, how you doing? Dieter, how you doing as well? Alex Raven, Blots, Dieter. All is good. It's not raining, so it's good. The wind is reminding me that it is still about, but not as bad as it's normally. Yep, Saturday stream. Like I said, make sure I don't know if has everyone hit the like button? There's nearly 1,000 of you watching, so please hit the like button. Let's try and get 1,000 likes before we finish the show. But there is a Saturday stream, so you don't miss out. It will be, I can't remember what time we're starting. It's going to be around about 11ish, or maybe earlier. I'll double check. But keep the notification bell button on. Have a look. Should be on by 6 PM tonight. The schedule. So you'll see that on there. Just give me a few hours after the stream because I need to go and get Ted some salmon. So that takes a while. Got to go through all the trolleys and all the Land Rovers at Waitrose car park to go and get him some salmon. There's quite a few trolleys and Land Rovers to climb through over there at Waitrose car park. Is it here? Oh yeah, there we go. Here we go. Our first arrivals of the day. and approach. Here we go. So you can see the different grey on the nose quite clearly here, and on the tip of the tail as well, look. because they're deployable.
Oh, they're ready to go.
Well, no, they're all deployable aircraft, so you can't put any livery on them. That's why there's no livery this year for the display aircraft, because they're all deployable, so you don't want to send one out with a big giant flag on there.
No. You don't want to send the...
Yeah, so that's the reasons why, so that makes sense. And they move jets about as well, so if you're going to stick a marking on there and then send it to Lossymouth, it will, yeah.
So it's just the plain aircraft.
Yeah.
When you get it back road? When you get it back road or Lake District?
See you later, man. I will be going at some point, yeah.
How we keep going to Lake District? Could it Lake District?
Yeah, it's good, it's good. There we go, our first two arrivals there, ladies, gents and teddy bears. And a nice little air brake wave there from the pilot. That's nice to see, considering they're from the south side of the base, so they usually take they're left, and we don't really get to see them that often, so it was nice to get a little bit of the south side air brake wave. So that's actually quite rare if you're over here. Well, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Still got plenty of Typhoons still out there ready to come back at some point. Right, so we've got another flight on RTB. Here we go. Okay, here we go, two ship.
Final get out. Headland, one headland. One headland, right.
It's Google. It's the Google street car. Yes. I need to be on that. Yeah, baby. Yeah. I need to be on this thing. I need to so be on that. I'm being right childish right now, I know, but I need to be on it again. Yeah, that was cool. I can't wait to be on that. I need to be on it. I'm gonna go and have a word. He lives not too far away from me. If it's the same chap. It's great, isn't it? Let's just pop that over a minute. Let me just have a little. That's great, isn't it? going to be famous.
Well, you think it'll be on?
Well, I was on it over there. I was on it on the other side at 2.5. Hasn't been too bad, has it?
No, it's not.
8 PTOs, it's alright then. No? It's alright then.
That's about 4 more, right?
Yeah, 4 more to go. Not sure if the BBMF are going to be out of it.
You had that hurricane, all that stuff up yesterday with that road sweeper and the
Oh, gosh.
emergency thing. They cancelled the hurricane.
Oh, did they? Oh, what, because of that? Yeah, the sweeping thing, right there. Oh, that's quite a kit, that, isn't it?
Well, it's all right. It's already, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's going along.
yeah. That is amazing.
See dinner. Cooking away.
Yeah, well, I'm on it over the other side. Yeah, that was funny. That was funny that day.
Never seen that on Ian Roberts.
I haven't seen him for a while, actually.
No, I am. For me, I haven't been one.
Steve, look at this, man. That's me on the other side.
What, running down? He's had you on there.
Yeah.
Oh, so you can control that.
I waved at it and it got me as well. Then.
You can control that in the car then.
That's brilliant. Oh, that's great. Yeah, the street view car is here and we're all getting excited. We all want to be on it, you know.
You're excited tomorrow, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's a good publicity, that, isn't it?
Yeah, it's good.
And they want you there, don't they? That's the important thing.
Yeah, I've got to put the Lancaster on that you gave me. I might put it, because I'm going to put it on the windscreen.
The thing is, it's leading. That's why I think it's really good. You get some more, if you get some pictures off the internet or pictures what you took, get some made, you know.
Okay.
I made a load.
Is it? Cool. Yeah, I was going to put it on the windscreen, but luckily I didn't because I had to get it replaced the other day because I had a chip in there.
That F-35 on there, that's a bloke from Germany, from a Dutch. That's one of our Dutch.
Oh, right.
Do you know that? It's got our sticker on.
Cool. How's the RS? It is an RS you got, isn't it?
I told you that.
Oh, have you? Ah.
Someone called me £32, I paid the money. Hold on. Oh, it's £2. Got an XR4 iron on.
XR4, have you?
Yeah.
No way.
The Mark 114. Yeah. An ample to drive, I'll tell you that.
Well, he had sport gearbox in it.
Yeah, quick hit.
Clutch was stiff as it could be. Put it back. Sliding front half, sliding headlight.
now.
You as an hairdresser.
Oh, mate, you know.
Make cars like they used to, do they?
No.
No.
They all look alike, don't they?
Yeah, I know. That's brilliant.
No, you twitch a lot.
So we're getting a bit excited here talking about cars and that, man. You know it is. It's good to be. It's good. Nostalgia is good for you. Oh wow, look at the generation, I like that. Oh, that's great.
I sold the next R3 to my best mate, 5.5 grand.
That's brilliant, that is. Nice one, man.
I wish I'd have kept it, because when we were around, free life.
Yeah. You're done, man, yeah? Right, how we doing, ladies, gents, steady bears? Hope we're all good and well. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Hope you're all feeling good out there. And just still got, what, 4 Typhoons still out there. 2 Chipmunks, and whatever else that goes on. Still got two Typhoons still on the ASP. That doesn't mean that they're going to go, but they are there. There now. You're gonna. Oh, what's up there? Janet D, thanks a lot for your 15 months membership. A guard's march to you. Ted, try not to take off, mate, in that wind. I have to get rid of that bottle, actually. I'll have to get rid of that. Hang on, Teddy. Guard's march. Also, Ginger Bailey, thank you very much. How you doing, man? I5. Yeah, thank you for your message. I didn't get it till this morning, but thank you very much. A guards march to you. Thanks a lot for the super. High five, Laser Tech, guards march. Thank you so much for the super. Rob Kennard, I5, Paul Pump. Thank you very much for that super chat. Torbay Air Show Nikos instead of Royal International Air Tattoo. Nice. Guards march. Thank you very much. Lynx Rainbird, high five and a guards march. Thanks a lot for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Johnny B, thank you very much for your 31 months membership. Over 2.5 years of Nikos playing for Red Ted. Brian Bielman, I5 and Guards March. Thank you very much for the super. Danny Hutch, congratulations on 12 months membership. Well done on your first year milestone. Royal Nikos Ted and TCS crew. Flying Duke also celebrating 1 year milestone as well. Can't believe it's my first TCS birthday already. Doesn't time fly when you're having fun? Thanks Ted, Nikos and the rest of the TCS family. Guards March. Scorcher, thanks a lot for your 33 months membership as well. Thank you so much for that. Donna and the Cake Cat, welcome back. Ted, what you got, mate? Ted's making a phone call, hang on. Oh, and off it goes. Gonna go get some more water. Shen Steady Bears, hope you're all good out there. Yeah, it looks like the Chipmunk's gone to Wolverhampton. Oh yeah, you're right. How's it going? Okay. Yeah, good, good. All right, nice one. Bit of a trek.
We're going to go to Lossiemouth.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah, yeah, good. Yeah, it's been a good day. It's been really good. Very good. About 5 o'clock. Yeah, I don't know about today, but we'll see. We'll see. I don't know about today. There's still about 4 out there, so plus 2 chipmunks as well. And there goes the there goes another one. So it looks like that's going to be it for today then. Just one more to go. Nice little family version Typhoon there. So if you haven't done so already, do make sure you got that notification bell button on as well, and do subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel, bringing you military aviation around the country. We've still got plenty to do this year. Now that we're in May, we've got quite a bit to do, so watch this space. Yeah, I got your message. Whew. Right, let's see what else we're going to get today. Like I said, we've still got aircraft still out there to come back, if they're planning to come back here. Who knows? It is military. We never know what's going on. We just turn up, hope for the best, see what happens. What is this? Look at this. Yeah. I didn't get time to film that, but I might film it on the way out if I can catch it. No way, look at that. It's a classic 1930s Formula One car, I think. Or at least a race car from 1930s, that one.
good afternoon. Pilot 43 level altitude 2000 feet, south 1.
Okay, here we go. Typhoon's on the way back. Okay, here we go. A singleton coming in now, number 41 Squadron, I think this is. I did see it. Oh, here we go. Oh, wow. too. Bye. How you doing, mate? You alright, yeah? You good?
Yeah, just wanted to ask you something.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, good, no problem. Okay. All right, I can't do it now. But
Yeah, but like later on.
yeah, should be able to do something. Yeah. No problem. You take care. Yeah, you should do. Yeah, I believe so.
That's what this is down at the gift shop.
Oh, did that? Yeah, that's cool. Nice one. Probably about 3 o'clock, I think it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice one.
Thank you.
No problem. Right, I think it's time for a cup of tea. I'll be right back. Keep an eye out. Don't forget, the HQ for 41 Squadron is actually at RAF Waddington, the Warfare HQ. That's their HQ, even though the Typhoons are stationed here for them. Right, be right back. yeah, because you didn't get to see it, did you? So you might get to see it then. Well, if you did a whole week, I'm sure you'll get to see it.
It's going to be the Friday or Monday anyway.
Second service, operate the block 328,201
There we go. So last arrivals coming back.
Two left.
2 left, I think. Yeah, even though I completely got it wrong, I think.
That'll be it. I'm all in for that.
Yeah. Mind you, I thought it was 3 left. I counted 8, but
Oh, Amanda said 7, but
because there was that one that went on its
that's
own.
one on its own,
Right, yeah.
7, wouldn't it?
Fair enough. Oh well.
Good day.
Very.
7 PTOs.
Yes. Quick climb Friday, innit?
north 5 miles from the start of the pavement 2022 below.
Okay, here we go, our final few arrivals coming up. So we've had an excellent day. It's been really busy as well, really, if you think about it. 8 or 7 PTOs. I thought it was 8. But anyway, 7 PTOs, the RV7 and the 2 Chipmunks. I remember after the show as well, on the way out, I'm going to show you the Coningsby's little village sign or town sign. Okay, I'm just going to look out for the Voyager unless I've missed it. Oh yeah, I have missed it, but never mind. Had to get the Typhoon though, and we can have a little Typhoon wingspan out. I'll be doing Lady Shen Steady Mez. Hope we're all good and well. Welcome to Ted's home. Still got 2 Typhoons out there. Looks like it's having an engine run. Right, through doing their thing. Well, wind's picked up a bit again. 2 Typhoons to RTB. See you later, take care. Have a look to see where the foons are. They're not far away. You alright, man? You going now? Alright, okay. Alright, man. Yeah, I'll be here till about 3-ish. Alright, man, take care. Two left and 2 chipmunks. There's 2 Typhoons and 2 chipmunks to come back.
Come back. New Orleans to come back.
Oh, I don't know. I will. Sorry, I can't answer that. I'm afraid I don't know.
As and when, like.
Yeah, that's it. Whenever it is they're doing for training.
Yeah. Do they go up to Lakes lot?
They do. Yeah, they do go up there, but they also do the other stuff as well. So.
Yeah. They go through the back loop.
They can do. Yeah. They can do. See you later, mate. Yeah, see you. Thanks, man.
Cheers, mate.
Cheers, mate. Right. Not long to go then for one of them at least to come back. Let's have a look. Where are you? Right, I'm just gonna go and grab a just something to eat just really quickly, but I've got my mind on that Typhoon just quickly. Just give me 1 second. Okay, just needed just a quick bite of something and I'm all good. Right, here we go. So here comes our food. Good timing, isn't it? brakes there, wouldn't it? The last one. Squadron complete. This is a fast Typhoon of this morning's 8 performance takeoffs, which remarkable, isn't it? Couldn't believe it. I mean, 2's good, but 8 is something else, really. See ya. feel better now. Just had a quick bite to eat, had some lunch. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Sorry I've been a bit quiet, just been a bit hungry, just needed something to eat. You know when you just get to that point where you like food. I guess I turned into some sort of seagull, I just want to eat. Right, just keeping eyes in the skies for any of the chipmunks that went out early. I'm sure they'll be returning at some point. Welcome, ladies, gents, teddy bears, to the Ted Coningsby channel. So it's been a great day, a bit of a classic case of you know, potluck it, see what happens. Let me just move that a minute. It is extremely, I don't know why it went, well, it's a silly thing to say, I don't know where it came from, but literally out of nowhere though, this wind has really picked up quite badly. But hey, it's fine, we're good. Let me just pop that there. Can't put anything anywhere here, it'll just get blown off. Really bad, but there we go. Just showing off our new Typhoon, our Tedfoon shirt. Grab them while you can, so if you're going away anywhere, air shows, etc., get yourself one of these with bit up close here. Let's have a look. If we go up close, you got Ted's Typhoon. It is ZJ914, the classic, the first ever Typhoon, the first ever aircraft that Ted flew in as well was indeed Blackjack's ZJ914. Ted's actually flying it. It's available in white and navy as well. Really nice soft cotton there, and you've got Ted's call sign on the back as well. And visit tedconingsby.co.uk, and if you're a member, don't forget you can get yourself a discount with that as well, so do enjoy. But what a day we've had. If you've got any questions about the Typhoon, I'm your man to ask for today. Of course, I'll do my best to answer it anyway, but for those that want to know all about the Typhoon, I gave you a full tour of the Typhoon, a full walk round. Yes, I'd love to be on the ASP and do that, but I'll tell you what, a better person than myself is actually someone from here, but I'll be your next best thing, right? So anything you wanted to know about the Typhoon, a couple of bits I didn't answer, because why not, leave a few in it. Was the soot here. A lot of people ask me, what is this bit of black soot coming out? So the Typhoon could be started up by an auxiliary power unit, a Jenny. It could be started up with a push of a button as well. So this is just a exhaust for those fumes from the fuel. So just burn jet fuel basically along there. Anything that you wanted to ask about the materials, payload, speeds, etc., that kind of thing. How fast can it go? Whatever you want, really. Just let me know. But yeah, it's been great. It's been a great day. So we've had 8 Typhoons go out, all of them performance takeoff. So literally, the Typhoon weighs only 24,000 pounds, just over, empty. All right, of course it can't fly without any fuel in it, but with just over 40,000 pounds of thrust, so that's 20,200 pounds of thrust. It's equivalent to about 1,000 Ferraris. That's about 150,000 horsepower or so. But the thing is, we don't really measure the thrust in horsepower, but you've got pounds of thrust. There's also kilonewtons. I'll never go into that. It's too metric for me. I like pounds of thrust. Pounds sounds a bit more punchy. Do you know what I mean? You know, the kilonewtons. I don't know. The kilonewtons sounds like I should be paying my electric bill or something. Anyway, whatever. But yeah, there you go. So literally the performance takeoff for the Typhoon, because of the thrust to weight ratio, it's only 1.2. Well, I say only, it is a mega 1.2 to 1 thrust to weight ratio, which is absolutely phenomenal. What that means is from brakes release then, at 8 seconds, it's able to pull into a 50, a 60 degree and vertical. But this is the difference. I appreciate there are some aircraft that can probably rotate in 8 seconds, whichever. However, from brakes released to 8 seconds, depends on the pilot, 185 miles per hour. But this is the difference. It's able to accelerate vertically. Not many aircraft can do that. If you don't have that kind of thrust to weight ratio, 1:1 and above, then you won't be able to accelerate vertically. All right. If you haven't got a 1:1 or more thrust to weight ratio, you're going to have to accelerate and get some speed, do a bit of escape velocity, and then pull up, which is why the likes of the heavy F-15E Strike Eagles and the F-35A Lakenheath, they do it a little bit differently. They clear the entire runway, not always, but more times than none. They're reaching speeds of 420, 450 miles per hour. So G's pulled up there, it's going to be about 5 to 7. With the Typhoon just doing that, maximum, even if it even tries to go near it, it's going to be about 2 max, which is probably on the turnout as well, that 2G, very, very minimal. But 185 miles per hour is your rough. So brakes release 8 seconds, it can accelerate vertically. Not many aircraft can do that. And then what that will do, 22 seconds after that pull, so 30 seconds from brakes release, it is able to go supersonic. Can an F-35 or an F-15E Strike Eagle do a performance takeoff? Well, let's take the F-35A. It's 29,000 pounds empty with a 43,000 pound of beastie Pratt & Whitney's F135 PW100, right? If it went to 50% of fuel, it will have a higher than 1:1 thrust to weight ratio, so it could. But that's giving you 50% of fuel, but you can. So you see, even with the Typhoon, completely clean, full fuel, no payload or anything like that, then it's going to go like a rocket, yeah? But you start, like, take an F-18 clean, then take an F-18 fully loaded, loads of drop tanks, it's not going to be maneuverable, which is why movies, they get it a little bit wrong when they're doing aerial combat. They're supposed to release the drop tanks. That is a standard fighter pilot process, a procedure. You've got to release your drop tanks, hence that's why they're called drop tanks. If you are heavy, you're gonna increase your performance. That's why on QRA, why am I being called now? Give me a second. It's never good when I get a call. Hello. I am live. Is it bad news? Oh, that's all right then. You're live. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. You're through live. Okay, normally when I get a phone call, it's bad news. Right, okay then. All right, I'll give you a call in a couple of hours. All right. Yes, yeah, you're live right now. Everyone can hear you. All right, I'll speak to you soon. See ya. That's hilarious. There you go, live and direct. Yeah, as sad as that sounds, actually it is true. When I get a phone call from a family member, it's normally bad news, but for once they just didn't pay attention that I was working today. But there we go. I don't even know what I was on about. Yeah, performance. So even if you're on a QRA, if you notice a QRA takeoff, it's slightly different on a QRA takeoff because it has more payload. It probably has 3 drop tanks, probably it's got the lot. All right, so again, you can change your thrust to weight ratio on the same aircraft by your configuration, so it's pretty cool. If you got any questions, I'm here to answer them, so go for it. Also, if you got any questions about TED or anything like that, let me know. The tripod is on a wonk because the wind has completely blown it away from where I had it. It's been that bad, the wind, but there we go. Hey, you need gas, I'll get you gas. Right, I'm going to go on the chats and have a little look, see what's going on. So we've still got those free food, so I'm going to have a look out for the chippy monkeys. So that was that was Claire Bear there, not paying attention to what is going on, just phoning me. That was hilarious. So ladies, gents, teddy bears, that was the Claire Bear who was live on the call. You should have done a sales call, Claire. Come on, you should have done me a sales call. Richard Blount. Yeah, it's the Ted Coningsby phone-in. Got to look out for the models. They're probably going to end up being chucked away at this rate. I'll tell you what, I have got to scale as well, actually. So sometimes, I know it's a bit obvious just to say it, but it's actually non-true. When you have had the Typhoon with the, hang on a minute. No, I'll tell you what, I'm going to go and get my other model. Give me a second, it'll be a lot better. Hang on, I'll give you a display one. Display Typhoon, look at this. There you go, the one I can use to show you all the manoeuvres, the Cuban 8, half Cuban, the corkscrew, that kind of thing. You know when we've had the Typhoon flying with the Spitfire, and they always say the little wings of the Spitfire. Thing is, the Spitfire actually has a larger wingspan than the Typhoon. I know you probably can't see it from that angle, but if I hold that like so. Thanks a lot, Gavin Elliott. Thank yous. Visit in the online store. If I do it that way, you can see how larger the wings are. Look at that. Yeah, look how bigger wingspan than the Typhoon. So if I put that there, yeah, you can see that quite clearly there. Look at that. 10.95 on the Typhoon meters, 11 on the Spit. How cool is that, eh? Brilliant, isn't it? Ooh, yeah. Hopefully we'll see the Spitfire a bit later on today as well. You never know. So I'm probably going to regret leaving this up here because the wind is really strong up here. So let's see what I can do. A lot to all of you who have visited the the online store today. Thank you very much. Bundeswagen. Good day today here at Coningsby. So we'll just give it one more hour before we finish up for the day, see what we can get, and hopefully we'll get a bit lucky. You never know. Actually, where are those chipmunks? Are they up? Are they staying at Wolverhampton Airport? Let's have a look. Doesn't look like they're airborne, isn't it? Bundesliga. Jay Bolton, how you doing? Yeah, definitely. Do you know what? I'm going to go and get a cup of tea. Yeah, definitely. I'll bring it up here so I can chat to you while we're going on. Thanks a lot, Jay. It's always a good time for a cup of tea there now. Today, isn't it? Oh, right, let's see what we got here now. How we're doing, ladies, gents, steady bears. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Hope we're all good. We're just going to wait another hour because you never know what we're going to get. So that's it for the week. Don't forget there's bank holiday on Monday. Again, it's Memorial Day in the US as well. Just quickly, I was just thinking about the history that we do have a grass runway here at Coningsby. There it is. Look at that. Actually, you can probably see the slightly different shade there of green. Look at that. Never noticed that before. Certainly quite prominent today, and of course it has to be maintained and managed. AWCU do inspect that as well, because, you know, grass runway, moles, making hills will be a bit of a bumpy ride. You wouldn't want to be chopsticking your salmon sashimi on there, would you, on a bumpy ride? But there we go. So for those that don't know, Coningsby opened on the 4th of November 1940. For those who don't know, the Air Ministry decided that any station that was dedicated to Bomber Command use would have... How you doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? How we doing? Hope we're all good and well. Welcome to the show on a lovely day. It's a little bit punchy, that wind, but not many people know that the Air Ministry decided from December 1940. Could have just done January the 1st, right? But hey, December 1940, so be it. They were to have concrete runways, okay? So if they were going to be dedicated for bomber aircraft use, then it was concrete runways in that Class A configuration. But because when Coningsby was open, although dedicated to a bomber command use, in fact it was going to be there was a bit of a switch, because although it was under number 5 group, the switch was that number 5 group actually formed at Mildenhall, and that was in 1936. So but they did switch and arrived here at St Vincent's Hall in Grantham. Now the thing is, why Coningsby was built with grass runway initially was the fact that it was been planned to build it in 1937. Don't forget, Bomber Command didn't establish until 1936. So a year later, they were coming up with the ideas of having that. Well, not only did they get the go-ahead to form a Bomber Command in the first place, because let's think about it, you know, aerial bombing and trying to justifying it was, you know, a little bit different. And this is 3 years before the Second World War as well, when it actually began. So although things weren't looking right in Europe at that time, They did, however, have plans to start building bomber stations, and one of them being Coningsby. Now, Coningsby, grass runway, and the plans to build it was in 37. Now, we're in Lincolnshire's biggest county. Sorry, that sounded really bad. We're in England's second largest county. That's right, and it was nicknamed Bomber County. But you have to go back as well, in fairness to the First World War, because it was actually Fighter County as well. There were many fighter stations, such as Brattleby. Anyone know Brattleby? Okay, that it's probably more known better as RAF Scampton, but that was the name. Anyone ever heard of Scotwick? Probably heard of the village, but RFC Scotwick is in fact RAF Digby. So there was a bit of a name change with some of these. But to give you an idea, there was as many as 46 military airfields with an average of about 7 miles apart between airfield to airfield. And also Holbeach being in the vicinity of Lincolnshire as well. And these airfields were designed to defend against the Zeppelin raids during the First World War. But of course some of these kept going into the Second World War, the pre-war expansion of 1935, and Bomber Command forming in 1936. But along with that, there was also Fighter Command, there was also Coastal Command, and a few years later, I think 1940, Training Command formed as well. Now, light bombers and Spitfires, they were fine with grass runways, which is why they had them. Don't forget, you match your runway to your aircraft. And the thing is, the benefit of having a grass runway, there wasn't any... The thing is, you'll be surprised, runway numbers that we have today, they didn't actually arrive here until 1943. Grass runways had that T-square, that T-bar, that direction that they have, that T, which I did have a little drawing that I showed you, and the reason why I showed you that is because at Lakenheath, they've still got a little bit left. At Thorpe Abbotts, the little T-bar will tell you the direction of travel. So they had that, because at the end of the day, you've all probably seen movies of World War II, airfields getting bombed. There was always some stretch of runway that a Spitfire can take off from, right? There wasn't anywhere specific, but that T-bar was literally able to tell the pilot what direction to travel. There was also, I'll have to show you a diagram again one day. I'll colour it up one day to show you that as well, because it's quite pretty cool. But that's the reason. So grass runway does have benefits, but the thing is, there are drawbacks. There's also the perils of the actual grass being waterlogged, so you need good drainage. You also needed to look out for, I mean, if you look around you here, it's pretty flat, pretty good, no real obstacles. One of the lost airfields that I covered, RAF Harrowbeer, if you go to Yelverton, Yeovilton. That's why they called it Harrowbeer, by the way, because of the confusion with Yeovilton and Yelverton. If you have a look at the shops in that vicinity, because that runway, the massive roundabout that's in, for those that know Yelverton, that massive roundabout, that was where the what did we have then? There was Hawker Typhoons there. That's where they would taxi around. How cool is that? So you'll notice that the buildings have been pretty much trimmed, because they couldn't have any two-story buildings there, because that was an obstacle. They nearly got rid of the Yelverton Rock, which is this famous like rock formation that's there, but I don't think there was any issues with that in the end. But yeah, Coningsby was built 4th of November 1940, and again, just a quick one to let you know, that was the first aircraft 106 Squadron. Look at that, first ever sortie was on the 1st into the 2nd of March 1941. So the first residents were indeed a 106 Squadron. There you go, Zulu November as well. There you go, they arrived on the 23rd of Feb of 1941. So just a few months after it was officially opened that they brought this over. So how cool is that? So I thought I'd just seen some, it's all right, wishful thinking. The next squadron arrived a month later, but just a quick one to let you know that the second mission of Coningsby was on the night of the 3rd into the 4th, but sadly that was going to be Coningsby's, and it was inevitable that Coningsby lost their first ever aircraft and all 4 of their crew. Rest in peace, and lest we forget to the crew of X3002. The next squadron was actually 97 Squadron, for those that know 97 Squadron. They arrived with the very interesting Avro Manchester, which ended up being eventually the Avro Manchester Mark III, BT308, anyone heard of that very first prototype? BT308, it was technically an Avro Manchester Mark III with 3 tails, but then DG595 ended up being called, I guess, that's right, the Avro Lancaster. So they eventually both converted. But the thing is, we had grass runways. So in 1942, they actually ended up closing the Coningsby's runway and actually upgrading them to the Class A configured concrete runways, right? But here's the thing, in 1942, that way, about 5 miles in the direction of the backwards crow flying, they actually opened Coningsby Satellite Station with concrete runways. Woodhall Spa, Scampton, where would you put 617 Squadron as their most operational station? Would it be RAF Scampton or would it be RAF Woodhall Spa? Well, you'd be surprised to know it's actually RAF Woodhall Spa, or RAF Woodhall, was actually their main station. Although they formed and they're very famously linked with 617 Squadron and Scampton, that's where they formed. It was actually at Woodhall Spa where they actually took part in pretty much most of their operations. So be it, Scampton was indeed the Dam Buster raids. Yes, that's famous, but 617 Squadron, their real home in many ways, was 617, would be RAF Woodhall Spa. Pretty cool, huh? But that was Coningsby Satellite Station, and 97 and 106 Squadron, they formed heavy conversion units because they ended up both converting, first of all, both to the Manchester, then eventually to the Lancaster. But to do that and operate them, they formed like an OCU, or a heavy conversion unit, from their B flight. Thanks a lot for the 1K likes, thank you. They moved them to Woodhall Spa so they can train at the Lancaster, because the Lancaster could not really operate properly and operationally on a grass runway, and this is why they had to close the runways of Coningsby. But luckily they opened up a satellite station. So sort of between September and August of 1942, Coningsby was closed. And what a tactic though, because at the end of the day we were at war. But luckily, this is why and how much beneficial a satellite station is. You can still train and operate and continue your missions over at your satellite station. Mildenhall had 3, Newmarket Heath, Tuddenham and Lakenheath. So there you go, that's the importance. So while that closed and then opened in the summer of, I think it was August of 1943, the first ever squadron to operate here, ladies, gents and teddy bears, was indeed, well, you got it, 617 Squadron. That's right, they came here. They were the first to operate here at Coningsby on the new configured Class A runways with concrete. And you can still see the vicinity. You got the hard stands here, these circles, there's one there and one there. You'll see these, I think they used to call them frying pans. But yeah, this car park is part of the original station. Runway 12 and 30 would have stretched all the way along here a little bit more. I think Cross Keys Lane and Reedham Lane, I think that might have been part of it. You'll have to have a look on Google Maps with that. So there we go. So the other thing is, well, 619 were at Woodhall and they swapped, okay? And so there you go. So you got 97 Squadron and 617 Squadron, you've got 619 Squadron, they swapped. So 619 came here, swapped with 617, which is why if you go to the Petwood, it was the home of 97, which is where they went when they closed. 106 Squadron went over to Metheringham. Check out the Metheringham Airfield Visitor Centre, amazing place, which is why you have Zulu November, which is why I got you Zulu November Hampden. That is a Coningsby. I know this airframe didn't actually come here, but Zulu November did. And if you go to Metheringham, you'll see the lovely buildings they got there, Zulu November and a roundel, and then I think they got a letter A, I think it was. But yeah, Petwood, that was the home of the officers for 97, 617 and 619. How cool is that? On a different note, 97 Squadron, when they did come back here, they were taking part in D-Day. 12 of their Lancasters took part in D-Day, and sadly it was going to be the loss. The first ever losses of the RAF in D-Day was in fact 97 Squadron, one of the first ever losses. They lost, it was Wing Commander Jimmy Carter that led the flight in his, so the The Lancasters of 97 Squadron had Oscar Foxtrot OF as their markings, and it was his one. Wing Commander Jimmy Carter had Z Zebra flight. They lost 4 Lancasters, all 4 crew gone. That's 28 men. Coningsby never seen again. So lest we forget, there's all these stories. It's amazing when you come to think about it, how many of these stories go on and on and on. I won't give you a full history today. I'll give you some of it, but it's just remarkable how much history is embedded in these stations. It's remarkable. So sadly they lost all crew of there. Give me 1 second. I've got to have a look over there. There's something going on over there. 1 second. Give me a sec. Sorry, give me 1 second. There's some activity at the BBMF. Hang on. I thought I seen... Oh, maybe it wasn't. Sorry to interrupt like that. Yeah, sorry about that. So, yeah, the first ever losses were from 97 Squadron. Yeah, I thought I'd seen something just been pulled out over there, but it must be wishful thinking. How are we doing for time? Well, we'll give it another 45 minutes or so before we finish up. But yeah, amazing, isn't it? There's so much history here at Coningsby. It's unreal, really is. I could do a whole stream. There's stuff that I hadn't even told you. I hadn't even told you that Wing Commander Guy Gibson was here with 106 Squadron with the Hampden, and then converted to the Manchester. He did really well here. And do you know what? It's really interesting because it was his move here. Now, he came to Coningsby with 106 Squadron in 1942, and it was that move for me. All right, don't forget, he's already got 4 aerial victories with 29 Fighter Squadron as a night fighter. He managed to get them, and he came here and performed so well. 18 sorties with 106, 6 consecutive. I think he missed out on the 1,000 bomber raid over Cologne in the summer. I think he missed out on them. There's a bit of uncertainty whether he did or didn't on the final one, but there we go. But it was his performance here that really gave him the green light to become the commander of Squadron X, which then became 617 Squadron. So it's really amazing history. But this was also his final departure, but it wasn't actually here. It was actually at Woodhall Spa. There's another story on the 19th of September 1944 where he was supposed to be do you know what, I've been reading a little bit more about this. There's a lot of say about his move to Canada. I believe he went to Canada before, and he was given a mission to do KB 267. It was a Mosquito that he flew in for a raid, but sadly that was the last time anyone seen him, because on the 19th of September 1944 that was his final resting place, was in over a forest at Steenbergen in the Netherlands. So that was the final time. There was a bit of confusion whether he took off from here. They were expecting him to land here, because don't forget, Woodhall Spa was the satellite station to Coningsby. I don't know whether it got its own independent functioning station. It sounds like it did in the end, but it's just remarkable, really, isn't it? All the history that goes on here. But yeah, just unbelievable. I didn't even tell you that. I mean, so much to pick, so many things to choose from. But sadly, yeah, this was his final sort of area, Lincolnshire's final zone. And rest in peace, sir. Absolutely amazing. What a legend. Everyone in the military world that knows would all have heard of Wing Commander Guy Gibson. I believe he would have gone to Metheringham as well. Speaking of heritage centres, don't forget you've got Lincolnshire Aviation Heritage Centre. You've got our very own BBMF here as well. Cranwell's Heritage Centre, which I've still not been. Newark Air Museum as well. I keep looking over there because I keep thinking I could have sworn I've seen something being towed around the corner. I'm not sure. But hey, wishful thinking, right? But there we go. So yeah, a lot of changes for Coningsby. In 1950, the station received the Boeing Washington. That is basically a B-29. The Lincoln, I think, do you know what? I think the Lincoln was here as well, just before the arrival of the Boeing Washington as well. And then 3 years later, in 1953, Coningsby received its very first jet aircraft, the English Electric Canberra. Wasn't as long history, like 52 or so years like Marham had, but it had it for about, that's a good point, I'm just trying to think how long they had the Canberra for. Probably until 19, I would say about until 1968 maybe. That's a bit of a guess. I'm going to go with that, and I'll tell you the reasons behind that. That's something I don't know when they retired here, that is the Canberra from here. Because I'll tell you something, because in 1962 to 64 there was the Avro Vulcan, but that wasn't enough, I don't think, to maybe move it. But Coningsby changed era, because we said Bomber Command, and in 1968, I believe that was the end of Bomber Command, and Coningsby received its ever first sort of fighter. That was in 1969. It was number 6 Squadron, the flying can openers that arrived with the Spey engine Phantom that was here as well. So Coningsby's had like 29 fighter. There was many Phantom squadrons that arrived here. Which was pretty cool. 41, 29, 23 fighter, 56 fighter. Eventually some of those disbanded, and eventually they moved to RAF, or at the time RAF Wattisham, to replace the English Electric Lightning's role in that QRA, because Wattisham, I'm not sure if you know, Wattisham was indeed a quick reaction alert station, and the English Electric Lightning was taking on that tour of duty, taking on that role is probably a better word, but yeah, absolutely remarkable. So 1973, not here though, in 1973 the Lancaster PA474 that arrived at Coltishall with the BBMF, and that's why they added memorial to it. But 3 years after that they came here, so it became Bomber County again in 1976. Between sort of that time, between then and 84, between that era of the Tornado, we did have the Harrier and the Jaguar here with 41 Squadron. There was that as well, and that again, you may have just heard then, the Tornado was here. The number 29 was the first to operate the type of the F3. Was it the F3? Just, I've lost my, was it 229? I'll tell you, forgot, I've gone blank. It's been one of those days. But they also had the F4, and then that took it right up to 2005, 19th of May, when the Typhoons arrived here. It was number 17 that brought the Typhoon here. That's right, the Typhoon was brought here by number 17. They're still operating today. We did mention them yesterday. They are at Edwards Air Force Base. They play the role of the Test and Evaluation Squadron at Edwards Air Force Base. But amazing. And then 29 stood up as being the OCU as well. They arrived that same year in 2005. Amazing. And then later on, 3 and 11, 41, and then eventually 2020, number 12. So there you go, just a quick brief history. I'm going to have a look over there. It's really off. Let's have a little look over here. No, nothing there. So all the Typhoons, there's one left, by the way. One to go. Oh, thanks. Perry 9 and 12 Squadron seized Canberra ops in 1961. Ooh, there we go. They will, yeah, the chippies do use the chipmunks. In fact, it's the only aircraft I've seen use the grass runway. They got a train on it because the likes of Shuttleworth at Old Warden, they have a grass runway. The likes of East Kirkby, if they need to make an emergency land or at least operate from, they need to know and to make sure that they can land on a grass runway, because of course they kind of used to concrete runways using the Typhoon. Right, let's clear some of this away. Hello?
Still out?
No, they're all back. They're all back. You okay? Yeah, the chipmunks are, all the Typhoons are back.
I saw chipmunks go out earlier on, but I've been...
Yeah, they're all, how you been alright, man, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, they've all been back a while now.
Doing runs. I've just dropped 4 the lads off at Skegness, and then I'm going to pick somebody up coming in from Tenerife.
Oh, nice.
No, it's not.
Well, for them?
It is for them, yeah.
Yeah, for them. Well, actually, is it though? They're coming back, you said.
No, they're coming back from Tenerife. Yeah, there's 2 lots from Tenerife.
Oh, they're coming back to the sun at least.
Yeah. They're supposed to land at 4, but I think they've been doing it.
Yeah.
Then another one at 2 o'clock in the morning from Tenerife as well.
What, you're doing all this driving? Goodness me, man.
So Skeggy to East Mids. This is from Doncaster.
The taxi service. Shaky Carrots taxi service.
Just about, yeah.
You did have the carrots on, didn't you? It was you with the carrots, right? Yeah, that's cool. See, that's good that you put that. See, I know who you are. Nice one.
There's a few in there.
Yeah. That's
ticking
cool,
on.
man.
I usually see him on my birthday, because I used to call here and stay at Taxi Shop on my birthday. I see you here on my birthday, normal.
Cool.
You usually do a show on the Monday or Tuesdays, and I stay on for the weekend over there. I keep wanting to see you at Lakenheath, because that's my bucket list. I keep wanting to get there.
Yeah.
I nearly did last time, but it worked as weather was. The windows down, I don't know where it's gone. I've lost it. It's gone out. farmer's going to find a tenner on a side road somewhere.
Oh gosh.
Get up.
Well, and there was no typhoon. However, I would probably stay tuned. If you're thinking about going, I'd probably hang on for a little bit. Yeah, so ladies and teddy bears, do hang on, don't go away just yet. We're not done just yet. There's a little hint for you there. There is still a tight... Oh no, it's going. Yeah, I just got a funny feeling we could get something in a bit. Probably about 1500. Let's have a look. Hey man, you alright?
Okay, hang on.
Cheers man, thank you. I'll go and get a cup of tea. Cheers man.
Not less one coffee.
Oh, I'll take a coffee actually. Cheers man.
Discord Kickstart thing I did for you.
Oh yeah, that was that was
So
good.
was at the
that.
time, you were on about Kickstart.
Oh, I love that. That was hilarious. But the
Popped your
man
head on
goes. That was brilliant.
My mates were all sorts of things like that, but not for... not
Yeah, that was good.
Right. Three splits along. Plane lands in 2 hours.
When do you have to go? In about an hour? So when are you going to the?
East Mids now.
Yeah. You going now?
The plane lands in 2 hours.
Ah.
It takes.
Well, I hope the traffic's all right because
It's not.
I was going to say around there.
There's been a jackknife lorry near Spilsby. So everybody going through Lincoln Way to Skegness, just right off. I followed the Range Rover down a country lane to come out this way.
Wow.
So they knew where they were going. And I just found another country lane road down.
Oh no.
It is what it is. Download it, expect I've been there before.
Yeah.
That is it now. Have fun. Cheers anyway.
All right, mate. You take care. Good to see you, man.
I'll see you in November or I'm coming back again.
Cheers, man. Take care. See you, mate.
See the bear on the boot? There's a bear on the boot.
Okay. Oh, the food's fine. They're done, I think, for the day. Yeah, they've all been taken home.
Yeah.
Taken to bed.
Nothing out till Tuesday's bed.
Yeah, no, there's 2 chipmunks out at the moment. See what time they come back. That's about for now, anyway. And then anything else that might happen. Okay. Come on, let's ride. Well, that's all the foods then, all gone to sleep for the long weekend. That's it. And don't forget, we've still got another show to do tomorrow for you. Keep that notification bell button on and you'll find out where we are. Again, a massive shout out to all of you who have visited the online store today. Thank you very much. The new t-shirt is going well, thank you. Yeah, you see, what it was, I actually thought I caught my eye on something over there, but it's we can't see from it. I thought something was over there, but it's a chimney. Yeah, it's a chimney. Unfortunately, that's It's ruined it, so I don't know. I have no idea. So we're going to just hang in there till 15:03. We're going to pretend we're leaving at 1500, but to stay that 3 minutes, because you know, like always, like any plane spotter will tell you, the minute you leave, something happens. So if we pretend we're going to leave, this is why I put 15:03 or not quite. You know, it's got to, can't be with, you can't finish it with double zeros on it. It's got to be something else. Never finish with the 0, yeah, in life, right? Finish with something like a 1 or a 2 or a 3. So I'm giving it 3 minutes of bluff, because you know how it is. How many times have people gone to the Mac loop, left at a certain time, and then something gone through us to put the camera away? Come, all done. So we do have 2 chipmunks still out. I don't know when they're coming back, but it's only 20 minutes before we finish anyway. Thanks a lot to Raptor 29. 15 more minutes then, ladies and gents, and we'll think about calling it a day. Just my lucky hour and 1500 local. My lucky hour. I have to say local because, you know, 1500 somewhere else is somewhere else. I'm not there, so it's not a lucky number, is it? Not a lucky time. So just gotta wait, innit? But all is good. Laser Tech, how you doing? Alan Gates, Dr. Soda. Who else have we got? Wendy loves playing. Members, how you all doing out there? Hope we're all good. Thanks a lot for supporting us today. If you're a member, how you doing? Big shout out to yourselves there now. The ICAO code for that Bobbington, the halfpenny green at Wolverhampton Airport, is indeed Echo Golf Bravo Oscar. Big shout out to all our members. Hope we're all good, and thanks a lot. If you'd like to join us as a member, there are so many benefits. You'll also be supporting the one and only Ted Coningsby channel, but you'll also be given back lots of goodies and perks, YouTube style, and discount on our online store as well. So you'll get members only videos, members only live streams, access to our members only Discord server, some funny photos, behind the scenes stuff, lots of cool things that go on. Do enjoy it, and you'll be in the know with pretty much almost everything that we do. Blocks, Mayhem Marshy, Phil Robson, how's it all going? Rob Kennard. Come on, one last push. 13 minutes to go before we pretend to finish and then extend it by 3 minutes just to call the bluff of luck, because that's how we do it. But there we go. Come on. Alan Gates, how you doing? Hope you're good.
Is anything going to be happening soon, do you know at all?
I don't know. No, I'm just going to give it till 1500 and then that's it.
Oh yeah. By about half an hour.
Yeah, there'll be no more typhoons. That's done for the day, that is.
Yeah, right. So, are there still some out there though to come in?
No, only 2 chipmunks that have gone out. They'll need to come back. Oh, what was that? Oh, I think I've just seen something. I keep seeing something over by the BBMF, so hang in there. Oi, oi! Oh, you gotta love all the crew from all the stations that give us a beat like that. It's amazing, isn't it? Oh, cheers, man. Thank you. Thanks, man. My name is Jens from Germany. It's time for the Bundes. A little bit concerning yesterday. Yes, that's right. Yes, guten Tag there. Guten Tag. How are you? Yes, they're part of the Bundeswagen. That's right. Who are you? What are you doing? What is going on here? No, I'm Jens from Germany. I am Jens. What are you doing?
I'm Jens from Germany.
No, I'm Jens from Germany. Booga! Bundes Jens. We're Jens.
You're Jens.
I'm Jens, but we must be.
How can you be Jens? I'm Jens.
No, I'm Jens. I'm Jens. I'm Jens. No, I'm Jens. Look, maybe they need to adjust the iris. What are you doing? Why are you adjusting the iris? There can only be one Jens. No, I'm Jens. Stop following me. Vorwärts. No. No. Yes, you must stop following me. There can only be one Jens. There's only one Klinsmann. We cannot have two Klinsmann. Two Klinsmann will spoil the matrix. You cannot do this. Then we must have a duel. It sounds quite serious. Maybe we do penalty kicks in the football. I'm not sure, my friend. But there can only be one Jens. We must fight to the end. We must do this. Are you sure? Yeah, I think I am sure. There can only be one Jens from Germany, not two. Just like the Klinsmann, there can only be two, not one. Then we must call this a football moment. When my clock finishes, then that's the end. See who can do the best Klinsmann. Okay. Yeah. This wagon. maybe it's been... Yeah, do you know what? Maybe we'll just call it a day. There's no sign over there. There is some strong crosswinds, so I'm thinking maybe that could be it. Yeah, we'll call it, and let's go then, Teddy. Oh well, never mind. There is some strong crosswinds out here, so we're going to call it. Plus, I need to go and do some arrangements or rearrangements. But so yeah, no worries. Thanks a lot, everyone who's tuned in today. Just gonna have a look at a final few guards marches for Raptor 29. Grab yourself a cool one, you deserve it. Thanks a lot, Raptor 29. Thanks a lot, Guards March. SHB Motorsports Productions, member for 16 months. Oi, oi, ladies and gents and teddy bears. Scotty is in the house. Thank you very much. Jay Bolton, thanks a lot for the cuppa. Thanks a lot, man, for the super. Rob Kennard, high five. Paul Pump, thanks a lot for your for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. That is amazing. Thank you so much. Also to Ginger Bailey, thank you as well for the super. Right, that's us done. I'm gonna. There's definitely nothing over at the BBMF. We can't see anything, so we are gonna call it a day. I thought I seen something, but obviously it was chimneys. So, I mean, we could look at chimneys if you want, but that would be a different type of chimney sweep program, right? Don't forget to grab one of these, the Typhoon. We don't have many left, actually, but thank you very much for joining us today. Hey, 8 performance takeoffs and 2 chipmunks and the RV7. Now that is a good day, definitely a good day. Ladies, gents, teddy bears, I hope you've all enjoyed today. It's been really, really good fun, and well, we're not finished yet, so keep that notification bell button on. In maybe about 3-4 hours, there'll be an updated stream for tomorrow, so you'll know where we are. My name's Nikos, I've been your cameraman, historian and commentator. A big salute to RAF Coningsby. Thank you very much for protecting and looking after our skies. A big shout to all of our Royal Air Force, and of course this is Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby. So for the last time, just for today, but not for the week, it is see you soon, or wish you well. See ya. Oh yeah, ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up, and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted. Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too.
We have 3 levels of membership to suit everyone. With your membership, you'll get access to members-only videos, photos, posts, unlock special Ted Coningsby YouTube emojis and loyalty badges, as well as being able to access our exclusive members-only Discord server. All membership levels reward you with discounts to our online store. Our top level fighter squadron was inspired by many of our fans who supported the channel massively. This is more of a personal experience with me and Ted, giving you exclusive live streams and content from behind the scenes photos, special info and updates, as well as a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch for joining. Whichever membership level suits you, we want to say a massive thank you for choosing to join the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Ah, yeah.